Good morning. Good morning, people in house, and good morning to social media. We're going to get started here in a couple minutes, and we are so excited. You know, it's been a long year. It really has. And last night when I was laying in bed praying, you know, the Lord said, I got this. He said, I got this. The devil thought last year that he was going to stop camp completely, but we found a way to still bring the kids. And so the Lord said this year is going to be one of the best years yet. He said the devil cannot overcome what I ordained. And he said, I ordained this camp, and I expect this camp to flourish. And I'm going to bless everybody that works at this camp. And so he said, just put all your fears away. I am stronger than the devil, and he will not overcome what I deemed as my will. So I'd like to thank you all for coming this morning. I'm going to turn it over to Miss Kathy, and then we're going to get started, and we're going to have a great day in here, and you guys have a great day at your house or wherever you may be watching it. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Camp Year 14, Camp 2021. The theme will be Olympics again this year. I was wondering, are they still having the Olympics this year? But I know that Royal Family, we are. They are? Okay. So this year, the theme will be the same as we planned on last year. And some of the things that we had already set and hoped to do last year, we're hoping to be able to pull in and do this year. We are really going to need some counselors and some people to step up. When I look at our list, we do have a lot of people returning, but we also have a few that aren't going to be able to come back for one reason or another, which usually happens. So we have another training in May 15th, I think it is. That's a Saturday. We will offer live stream that day as well, but we will also be here. And so if you can find some people who you think would be a great fit for our ministry, we're always recruiting, especially counselors. It's looking like this year the best way for us to bring kids is really going to depend on the number of counselors that we have. And then we'll go from there. And of course, we have to worry about overcrowding the cabins, so we're going to be careful with that. But we are super excited to offer a week-long overnight camp again this year. We'll also be looking for kitchen help, and we really encourage our teenagers to be that come to help to be 16 or older, if we can have that, because then we can also pull them and use them in other areas. We have made exceptions, and Royal Family lets us make exceptions for some younger teens if their parents or family members are at camp, but we have also found that that can be very challenging, so we really like to stick to the 16 and over just so that mentally, physically, and in every way they're ready to be at camp. We will be finding out a little more this summer that while Royal Family Incorporated changed its name to For the Children last November, and we were told then that nothing would change for us, we've now been told differently. And I'm not quite sure how that's going to work. There will be more information about that, but apparently our website needs to change in August to represent For the Children, our name is going to be For the Children 204. But then they tell me that the apparel and the camp itself doesn't change. It's still Royal Family. So I'm a little confused. It's a little gray, but we'll keep you posted on that as time goes by. But we are here, and change is good. And the reason why For the Children has changed is because they no longer are just a camp. They're doing all kinds of things to reach out to their community and help with foster children and children who have been victims of abuse. We're going to learn a lot about that today as we go through our training. So we welcome you. As far as paperwork, you should have signed in when you came in, so we know you're here. And hopefully you picked up an application if you did not have one already. If you're returning, it says returning, and if you're new, I think it just says counselor staff application, and I had only printed a few of those. So they were up above the returning. And then there was the ticket to leave. It's a piece of paper that just kind of gives you the information about Sunday, the day we come, August 1st. You can keep that top part if you want. And then that bottom part is where we hand that to my mom so that she can update our contact list and the prayer partners. And she likes to send out birthday cards throughout the year. So that piece of paper, it just makes it easier rather than making copies of the applications. We can just take that piece and just give them to my mother. So that's why we ask for that. And then she also needs to know if you're planning on coming to the welcome home dinner, so that information is on there as well. So before you leave today, we're going to need your application, that ticket to leave that I just talked about, and then you will also at one point want to talk to Karen about where your clearances stand. They only have to be updated so many years, so she keeps track and knows who needs to go get rescreened. So make sure you check in with her to find that out at some point during the day, maybe during a break. And if you're new, then she can also give you information about getting set up for that. For those of you who are tuning in virtually, I did send out the application via an attachment, so hopefully you could print that, or you could save it as a PDF and fill it in and send it back. That works. And you can always email me and I'll forward it to Karen to find out if there's any clearances or anything that you need. We have 6 months till camp, so we have time to get things done. And we are really hoping that next year at this time we will be back up at Cove Valley doing our winter retreat. We just changed our reservation from this year to next year, put our money from this year to next year in hopes that we can all be together up at the lodge and having our winter retreat the way we usually do this training. Adam, are you willing, do you want to come say a few words? Okay. Does anybody have any questions about paperwork or anything here right now? Okay, as the morning goes on, that's something that you can be working on, and we hope to have a fun day. Welcome, and thank you so much for volunteering and being part of Royal Family.
All right, well, some of you are here for Teen Reach Adventure Camp as well. We didn't change our name this year. We did that a couple years ago, I guess. So we were unable to have camp, but we're excited to get things ready. We're still working on our camp dates. That's probably our biggest thing that we're trying to nail down right now, is trying to figure out who's available when. So we sent a survey, if you want to reply to that, if you haven't yet, to help us nail down which weekends we're going to have the people available that we need to have camp go smoothly. So some of our, we're trying to have a balance between having enough people and then having the necessary positions that, like the B-spec, that you have to have. So like there's the weekends we have the most people, we're missing at least like one core piece that we can't go without. So that's kind of our hang up right now with picking dates. So if you are interested in helping and you haven't filled out that survey, see me, I can send it to you if you didn't get it, and we'll go from there. But we're excited. Last year, our theme was You Are Valuable. We have not heard yet what this year's theme is, but we are excited to see where we're headed. And I feel like for the teenagers, this can be like a huge year for us. They've gone a year without, I mean, we sent them track in a box, and we did that stuff, and we poured into them. But like, Kelly and I were talking, and we feel like they're just going to be ready for something this year. They're going to come like hungry, and we think it's going to be a really awesome year at Teen Reach. So our mentoring is still going. I'm not sure. I think it's 2 that are being mentored right now. 2 that going currently. Things are looking good. I'm excited to be back and actually training. I haven't done a training in 2 years, because I didn't do last year's winter training, and we didn't have to do a spring one. So this is back in we were prepping a training. I was like, I haven't done this in a long time. It's longer than I've really gone without doing a big track event. I'm excited to be back in it, and excited for 2021 and Teen Reach.
Thank you, Adam. I need a moment to get my stuff together here, if you bear with me, and not, I know I'm not supposed to turn my back, but. All right, good morning. Today, we are going to talk about relationships. Relationships, the way in which two or more concepts, objects, or people are connected, or the state of being connected. Everybody has relationships, right? You have relations with your parents, significant other, kids, other family members, people with track. So we're going to talk today about our relationships. So, these flowers will represent our relationships. All right? Beautiful flowers, aren't they? Are your relationships mostly flowers, or are they mostly thorns? Think about that. Or is it mostly flowers? Is it thorns? Or is it kind of a combination? And of course, I think all relationships are a combination, but is a combination you're more towards the flowers, your combination? Or is it more on the thorns? And how do you cultivate your relationships? All right? We water them. We water our relationships. And how do we do that? How do you water your relationship? You know, do you speak kind words? You do things for people? You understand of that? So your relationship, you have to cultivate it. We have to keep the flowers in the water. Your relationship needs to be also cultivated. Or is this what you do to your relationship? You pour gas on it. Okay? Very easy to do. You can be having the greatest day, and then somebody says something to you, and out jumps a gas can. Whether you mean it or not. So it's important how you do that. You know, and a lot of times when you pour gas on, you don't even need to say anything. Facial expressions, body language, all has something to do with it. You're at home, you say something, your wife says something, and you get, okay. That said it all, didn't it? What did the okay and the frown mean? You know, sometimes it's hard to read, or, hey, hon, how about if I do that? Okay. Well, what's your okay mean? Did you really mean okay, or did you mean okay, you're bugging me? You know? What happens to cause your relationship to get a lot of this on? All right? In my case, and I'll speak about me, is that one word jumps out all the time when I think about it. Pride. All of a sudden, it turned from us to me. I'm more concerned about me than anything else. And so when I'm more concerned about me, I'm pretty quick with the gas can. And we shouldn't be that way. So what do we need instead of pride? We need humility. We need that time to step back and really ask, what I really want to say right now. Okay? C.S. Lewis said, to love is to be vulnerable. Everyone wants to live a life of purpose and meaning, but as a society, we somehow ventured away from that which really produces a meaningful life, relationship. Simply take a look at the lives of those who have status and they have money, but they don't have any meaningful relationships. So they're really hurting. What are beautiful possessions that you have worth if you have no one to share them to? You can have the biggest house. And speaking of big houses, did you see the one on Facebook the other day on sale? $340 million. Dropped down from 500. 100,000 square feet. This house is 100,000. The bedroom, let me get this right. The bedroom itself was over 5,000 square feet, just for the bedroom. An indoor pool, 5 outdoor pools, a 50-car garage. Who needs all this stuff, you know? But what good is all that? So what may hinder a relationship? The thing that's very prevalent today, social media. How easy is it to get on social media and spout off? You know, it's amazing when somebody does something good and puts it on social media, how quick people get on it and turn it into that he did something bad. How easy is it to cut somebody up on Facebook when you don't have to look them in the face? You know? How easy is that? You can just get on Facebook and spread lie after lie after lie and ruin somebody's reputation, and you don't even know them. Be careful when you're on social media. So your worth is not measured by how many likes you get on social media. You know, how many friends? I have 500 friends on social media. So what's a friend? You don't even know 500 people on social media most of the time, I'm just saying. In fact, a study conducted by the American Journal of Preventive Maintenance concluded that social media is both our greatest opportunity for social connection and our greatest source of loneliness. Our world no longer seems to support or encourage the development and ongoing investment of these relationships in which we can find abundant life. When relational equality is measured in likes, reposts, followers, and digital friends, it's clear that we need to look for a different way of cultivating relationships. As with much of our life, we have an opportunity to create a new path. Okay, so what are some of the things that you can do for your relationship? Cultivate vulnerability. Even in our closest relationships, are you vulnerable? Think about your closest friend. Are you really open and honest with them all the time? Or are you scared to open up and tell your best friend that, and I'll just use this example, you know, hey, I'm talking with my best friend here and I go, you know what, I got this problem. Okay, what's your problem? I watch porn. Okay, let's use that as an example. And then he gives you the look. Okay, in your mind, he's thinking, that's not the man I knew. I don't know if I want to associate with him. Or is that the friend that says, tell me about it? Why do you do that? Is there a way I can help you? If you're not vulnerable and let some of this stuff out. How good a friend is that? If you're worried about how everybody perceives you or perceives you, and that's your most important thing. I wanted everybody to think I'm this great guy, I'm this spiritual guy, I'm a fun guy, blah, blah, blah. But that's not really good or true. How do you have a true friend? Being a true friend is tough. Being a true friend is really tough. When he lays something in your lap, a lot of times you may not know how to respond. But at least you can listen. You can listen, you can not judge, and you don't have to give a response. But so often we think, as soon as he tells us something, we're not even listening to them. Our mind is going 1,000 miles a minute, and then we don't even hear what they're saying because we want to get our answer in. We want to tell him how he should change his life because we know it all. We're God in the flesh, and we can tell him what he's doing wrong. No, we're not. There's only one perfect man, and that's God. So think about it when you have your true friend. Do you open up to him? Will you sit there and just let him spout for an hour, a half an hour, and just let him go? Sometimes when my wife was still working, she's retired now, praise God, she loves it. She'd come home and she would just vent, and I wouldn't say a word. I'd just sit there the whole time and just listen to her. When she's done, I don't say a word. She'll say, thanks for listening. I needed to get that off my chest. Vulnerability. The second one is learn love languages. Normally, which I found this really hit me, normally we love others the way we preferred to be loved. Now think about it. Is that how you love your wife? Is the way you want to be loved? I'm a romantic. I get my wife flowers. These are hers. Her birthday's Monday. She said, thanks for the flowers. I said, yeah, I need to borrow them tomorrow. You know, okay, so who'd you buy them for? Dual purpose. I was saving money. When you went in, I said, how much are your roses? And he said, $75 a dozen. I said, how much for one? You know, because I ain't buying $75 worth of roses. I buy them all year. They're usually only $3. You know, all year long. I'm not paying $75 now. And I come in, and my wife loves yellow. That's her favorite color, so I always ask for yellow. But because I'm a romantic, I kind of expect her to be romantic to me. She's not a romantic. She'll tell you that. I have to learn to accept that. And sometimes for me, that's hard. Because I want her to love me the way I love her in those actions, and that's not her. So I need to look at all the little things she does for me. Comes home from the store, hey, I bought you Fig Newtons because I know you love Fig Newtons. And I bought you dark chocolate because you love dark chocolate. It's those things that happen every day that we don't really see. Thanks for the Fig Newtons. She was expressing her love, and I wasn't even catching it. So when I read that, I thought, oh, you better start paying attention. The third thing is repurpose existing rhythms. Instead of watching TV or something, give your friend a quick call. See how they're doing. Instead of scrolling through social media all night long, call a friend up. Maybe have a conversation with your wife. You know, maybe you could seek out your neighbor. You know, and I'll admit, real easy, when you get on social media, time goes by so fast. So that's just 3 of the ways you can do that. Next, relationship. How's your relationship with God? That's the most important one. How's your relationship with God? How do we view God? So often we view God as an enforcer of religious rules. We see the commands of Scripture as a list of to-dos, a list of the to-dos instead of a path leading to abundant life. But those perceptions aren't the truth of Scripture. Those beliefs are founded on misguided notions of God's character. God is after your heart. More than he wants us to do right, he wants us to see him rightly. He wants us going to church, reading the Bible, worshiping, serving the poor, living righteously, to come from a heart, for that to come from a heart filled with a true revelation of his loving kindness. That's what God wants. How do we view God? We were made for a relationship with our Heavenly Father. We are being made to know him and be known by him. It's meant to lay the foundation on where we live, what we live, think, feel, and to do. It's only in living in a relationship with God as our chief and central pursuit that will reflect his unceasing love and devotion. For so long, this is me, I lived with the wrong things to center my life. I allowed earthly success, admiration of others, identity in my works, and the image of perfection to be the things that drove me moment by moment. And after all those pursuits, this is what I found: disappointment, exhaustion, unfulfilled longings. Even within the context of Christianity, there is a temptation to be led by the world that you will never satisfy. I call that a people pleaser. I'm a people pleaser. I really am, and I admit it. I don't want people to be mad at me. I want everybody to have a good time, and if that puts me out, but that's what I want. But when they don't live up to my expectations or I don't feel better, where does that leave me? I was laying in bed last night, and I thought about the parable of the lost son. We all probably know that parable. Here's John's take on the parable. This is me. I have another person, which in the book it's the Bible, okay? In my parable, it's my mother. So it's me and my mother and the father. That's who it is. My mom makes sure I go to church every Sunday, which she did, you know. Every Sunday go to church. Sunday school. Just Sunday school. Got to get the kids to Sunday school. She went to church. I went to visit my grandfather. I didn't want to go to church. I went to church twice a year, Easter and Christmas. That's all you need, right? I did my duty. Went to Sunday school every Sunday till I got out of high school, and then did that, I'm out of here. Just like the parable of the son. He had enough, he left. So I strayed from the Lord, you know. I led a life that was very not pleasing to anybody, and it wasn't pleasing to me when I look back because I didn't find the things that I thought I was going to find. So after a while, I realized I need to get back to the Lord. So here I come. I come back to the Father. And in the story, the Father is Jesus. That's who he's running back to, you know. That's who he's running back to. I run back to the Father, to Jesus, say, Lord, here I am, please forgive me. And he gives me a coat, he gives me a ring, gives me praise. He's ecstatic. A lost soul has come back. Here's my mother, all right? When my wife and I got married, we got saved in in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. I was ecstatic. I could not wait to tell everybody I met that I just got saved. I get home, my mom would let us use her car. I get in the house, we sit down, you know, hey, Mom, thanks for the car. Yeah, how was your honeymoon? Mom, guess what? I got saved on my honeymoon. That's good, so how really was your honeymoon? There went my bubble. The older son couldn't understand why the father was so happy. My mother couldn't understand why I was so happy. She was not brought up. She was in church all of her life. They never talked about salvation that I remember. Never talked about what happened. She didn't have a clue. You did good works and you're going to heaven. And I'm not saying if you do works you don't go to heaven. I'm not the judge. I'm just saying that's all she thought about. Just do good works. have to worry about anything else. Long story, I got to lead my mom to the Lord one Saturday sitting in her kitchen. Praise God. You know, so make sure God's in your heart today. God gave us what I call 3 commandments. Love the Lord with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind. Number 2, love your neighbors yourself. And number 3, go unto the world and preach the gospel. Hey, the first 2 are easy. Number 3 kind of jumps up there in your face, doesn't it? Go and preach the gospel. And I think when people see that, they thought, I'm not a preacher. I can't go out there and tell everybody what's going on. No, your actions can be your preaching. Let your actions stand for it. Conclusion. This is my conclusion, and it's only one. Question. Do you give your relationship just enough water to survive? Your relationship with God. Do you just give it enough water to think you're going to make it into heaven? So you give it enough to survive, but not enough to flourish. God wants you to add a little something to this water, a part of yourself. You know, he wants to see some fertilizer. What is the fertilizer? Reading your Bible, reading your devotions, helping other people, paying attention when you're out there looking for somebody who's hurting, you know. Don't just walk by. You have to constantly look. That is going to help when you add it, your fertilizer, when you add it to the water. Think about that. Where does my relationship with the Lord stand? Am I just giving it enough to get by? And that scared me. Am I giving it just giving it enough to get by? Think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Papa. Have we opened in prayer? Did we? Okay. Let's do that. Let's just open in prayer right now as we begin our 2021 camp season. Our precious Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this opportunity to be here, and I am so grateful for each one. I'm thankful for your provision and for the way that you have paved. Lord, I thank you for each helper. I thank you for their families that support them. Lord, I pray that in these months leading up to camp, that you will continue to be with them and guide them, keep them safe, and bless them. We know that there are a lot of exciting things happening in the next couple of months among our team. Some are getting married. Some are watching children get married. Some are having babies. And Lord, there's just so much going on, and yet they still continue to serve this ministry. So Father, I just ask that you would bless them. Lord, I pray for those that are hurting right now. We have some that have lost a very dear loved one. And Lord, I just ask that you would lift them up as well. Be with those who can't be here today because they're not well. Physically, we ask for a special touch. And Lord, we just pray that COVID would be removed from our vocabulary and from our lives as soon as possible. Lord Jesus, you are able to just completely destroy this disease. And Lord, just help us to get back to being able to serve you freely and to live a life without masks and without concerns. And Lord, now we just ask that you bless this day, bless our fellowship together, that we will learn what we need to learn and draw closer together as a team so that we can go out and do the work that you have called us to. In Jesus' name, amen. So we're trying to get our Zooming friends on now. So Those of you who are online, if you could also now use that Zoom link and come on board. We're going to put you up here on the screen so you can join us, and we'll see who's here virtually. And this next activity, we're hoping everybody can participate in from wherever you are. And Adam's going to come and lead that for us. I did want to tell you, I don't know, did you get my last email that told you that we heard from Royal Family Incorporated, and because this is, well, for the children, that since this is a COVID year, again, they are honoring 5 hours of training for returners. So today, you will be dismissed earlier than you anticipated. Yeah, we hope to be out of here by 2. And that's even, with our lunchtime. So just thought we'd bless you with that. I did tell the people in an email because I thought, well, if you had a really stressful day. But email's been a real problem for me. And I know that some people weren't getting my emails. Peggy, I looked, you're right, Chris and Kelly were not on my list. And what happened last year when I tried to send, I used to always send to everybody at one time. And my server started telling me that I had too many people in my recipient list and that I needed to carve it down. So I divided it into 3 lists, and it's counselors, and it's male staff, and female staff. I've even tried putting my female staff and male staff together, and it says it's too many. It's just crazy. So I had to go in and move people around into those, and then when some people didn't come to camp last year, I think I had changed it again, and I actually went back to my 2019 list and tried to go down through every one and put everybody back where they belonged, and I guess I missed people, so I really apologize. Thank you, Peggy, for bringing that to my attention. I know there were some that weren't getting my emails, but even Katie and Tommy, Katie's like, you're supposed to be, you can't give me just 1 month's notice. I have things going on. And I said, well, I've been sending you emails all year. And then I realized I wasn't. So I had to eat crow on that. All right, Adam, how are we doing? Are we ready? Are we thinking we can get this thing going? It won't what? You can't see them up there? Okay. Oh, okay. We'll work on that, and we'll let you get started. Do you want to help her to hand out?
Yeah. All right. So first, I need a volunteer. I learned in teaching you're supposed to tell people what they have to volunteer for. You're going to give instructions, and I know a lot of you love giving instructions. So anyone that's into giving, and that was just a joke. I'm just giving instructions. All right. All right. Everyone else is going to have a piece of paper. So if you're not joining us in person, you just need to get a piece of paper, a blank piece of paper, and a writing utensil. I'm giving it for you guys, but there's people that aren't here. I can't hand a piece of paper through the computer. I said that aren't joining us live. All right, I'm going to give this to you for a second. You just take care of it.
I can take care of it. Sarah gave it to me. This glows in the dark. You're welcome. No, I can do that. It's hard to light them at the end is the problem. Yeah. So what'd you think of the peppermint eucalyptus mixed with blue spruce? Did you like it? Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I did peppermint eucalyptus and a blue, I think think I did a blue and a blue spruce, and I did a mix because you're like, because you said you wanted both in, and I was like, well, I will mix it. Let's see what comes out.
Thank you. All right. So I'm about to give Rose her instructions. We're going to put it on a clipboard so nobody can cheat. We got people out here that like to win, and I... All right. You probably have done this before. She is going to describe something to you. This is something we thought everybody could do, whether they were in person or live. We could have done some crazy games, but that's kind of hard to get everyone involved. So this is not an unfamiliar activity, but Rose is going to describe to you what you need to draw, and you need to do it to the best of your abilities. And she cannot tell you what the object is or show you. She can only use descriptive words.
All right, so in your paper, draw a horizontal rectangle, like this, horizontal rectangle. It won't matter. Then in the middle of that rectangle, draw a vertical rectangle that will touch the bottom of the horizontal rectangle. So like, then on the one side, outside of the vertical rectangle, draw a circle. Okay. In the middle of the, in the horizontal rectangle, draw a circle on the one side of it towards the top. So like in the horizontal rectangle, not in the vertical rectangle, to the one side, draw a circle. Inside the vertical rectangle and also inside the horizontal rectangle, draw a large circle. Inside the vertical rectangle and inside the horizontal rectangle, draw a circle. Then draw a circle inside of that circle. Above that vertical rectangle, touching it, draw a kind of short triangle. So touching that top of the vertical rectangle. Peggy's lights just came on. Then this is going to be the two horizontal, so the horizontal rectangle, I want you to draw two little rectangles on each side of it, outside of it, but not above the vertical rectangle. So, I am a person that talks with hands. So your horizontal rectangle, I need you to draw two little rectangles outside of the horizontal rectangle next to the vertical rectangle. Yes. On each side. On each side. I can kind of see that. It actually looks like a squatty potty if you really want to know. Yeah, a rectangle. No, a rectangle. Horizontal, sorry, yes, a horizontal rectangle. And then the last instruction is connect those little rectangles to the horizontal rectangle. So like draw a line on each side of it, connecting it. What did you draw? What Elizabeth just said. A camera. A horizontal rectangle, a vertical rectangle, two circles, triangle. See the two horizontal rectangles there? Yeah, see? You got
Do we have our Zoom people back yet? Okay. So we lost them power outage back there for a little bit. So we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. So what I'm going to do really quick, I forgot to do this at the beginning. I have the sign-in sheet for track. So if anyone's interested in doing track, just put your name on this sheet too. That way you're getting credit for both. I try not to put it out there amongst all the other paperwork. It'll get lost in the shuffle. So I just have one sheet you need to fill out today. So I'll pass this around and just add your name if necessary and keep it going around. I don't want to give it away for the people on Zoom, or do we just move forward and... All right, yeah, they're what? Okay. So they already know that anyway. So the idea here was, one instruction could be taken two different ways. How many times? Yeah, like you say something, people interpret it differently than you anticipated. There's a lot of lessons we can learn from it. This is supposed to be more to get your brain engaged and get us started at the beginning of training. We won't dive into the details. What we do want to talk about today, though, is why we chose a camera. Because we want to talk about the snapshot. Like, let's create a snapshot of what you think the purpose of RFK and track, and in this case, we'll just say our camps. What is that purpose? Okay, if you were to describe RFK or track to somebody and you could use 5, 7 words only, what would you say? So dwell on that just for a little bit, and in a second, we're going to have you get on to your device, and we're going to create a group snapshot of what we think track and RFK means. Like, what is the purpose? What is the, describe it to us in a short of, you got 5, what do you want to do? Let's do 7 words. I'll do 7 so we get more variety. So we're going to set it up that you can give us 7 words. All right, so dwell on that for a little bit to yourselves. I'm going to go get it set up, and then you're going to sign in on your device, and we're going to see everybody's displayed on the screen. All right, so on your phones or devices, you can go to menti.com, menti.com, www.menti.com, and then there's a code you need to put in to join our interactive presentation. I'll wait to give the code until I assume everybody's on menti.com. You're going to have the option when we do this to put in 7 words to describe RFK and track. Okay? So you got to sum up track experience, RFK experience for other people if you're going to tell them about it in 7 words. The code, I'll say it more than once, but the code is 4914629. And Erica, do you just want to type that into the comments for people? 4914629. And after you put that code in, a box should come up with you have the ability to type 7 words. It should be, is it working? That's, I guess, the question. Okay. Okay, so yeah, you should get a list and be able to enter 7 words. And as people finish their words, they'll start showing up on the screen. Try not to cheat by following other people's words. The excitement is seeing different stuff coming up there. No, words. Sorry. 6, my fault. 6 or 7 individual words that describe, or short phrases. Okay, or short phrases. I guess I should have given you an example, but I didn't want to. I'm going to assume that was maybe God. Is this mistyped? I think they're just going live. Just going to stick with the live at this point, right? It's getting small, some of these words. I'll have to get up here a little closer to read them. Keeps changing, so I assume some people are still putting in their words. Maybe I should have done 5, because I was afraid that if I only did 5, there would be enough variety. I wanted like some variety on it, but now they're really small. There's a lot of variety. Like when I tested this last night, when I got to the end of my 5 words, I was like, but there's so much more I could put. So that was the other reason I wanted to go 7. Like, I found like the first 4 and 5, I was putting in like the emotional stuff, and then I was like, then I got to like the activities and the other stuff when I was testing it. All right, so I think people were pretty much finishing up. It hasn't shifted. Nope, there it goes. I think it's fun that the middle of it's fun. Like, you know, like these kids want to come to camp to have fun. There is so much more to it than that. But it's like right in the middle, fun, love, memories, relationships, hope. Like those are the ones that we push out all the time. And obviously we all think the same because they're bigger because multiple people put them down. And like, so that's our focus. I think there's lots of God and Jesus. It's just put in different ways. So I think if there was another one that might be really big that's quote unquote missing from the big bold, it's that, because I see love of Jesus. I see Jesus, I see God, I see Gog, which I think was a misspelling. Yeah, that one is another, obviously, yes? Yeah, and that is true, because a lot of times when we're talking to the public, I don't know that we're hiding it, but we have to.
No, we're not hiding it, but the way we reach our goal, we keep for camp.
Yeah. Mom said the way we reach our goal is to keep that part of, like, not keep that part of camp. How do you say it? Keep that for camp. Say that. Yeah, we tell them.
Meet our mission. If you will, our secret weapon is Jesus. That's the way we. Our secret weapon is Jesus. And while we want to proclaim it to the world, we learned last year that because we are a ministry that promotes Christ. We teach Christ to our children, and we know that that's the way to true life. That's the way that these kids are going to have the hope that we have. But they discourage us from posting that all over our websites and things because the way our new leader, Paul Martin, said it's like a monkey on our back. And if there are people who are looking to destroy, who are wanting to take it down, if they look at our websites and see all of that, then they could say, oh, well, they're this or they're that, and they could try to take us down by trying to separate the religion out of it. So we say we're a safe camp. We say that we're here for the kids, that we're building relationships, and we're doing all of that. We just don't tell them how we're doing it on the websites and out and about. But we know in our hearts how we're doing it, and you know because you're part of it. But so that's, I guess I said, it's our secret weapon. It's not a secret weapon to the world as we live, but for camp and for our promotion, that's what we're supposed to do. Like, we can't, if we're on an elevator and we only have 7 words or 1 minute, they don't want it to be, it's Christian camp. They want it to be, it's a camp for kids who've been abused. That's, and then once we get them, then we show them what we know and teach them and help them. John?
I was just going to say, it's kind of what Papa said, that we don't have to always tell people the Jesus and God part. They should see it in us. Our end goal is to introduce them to Jesus at camp. So we don't have to promote Jesus all the time. They should see it in us when we're talking to them anyway. So that's just my take on it.
So maybe this is a perfect picture then. It's, hey, we're going to love on you. We're going to have good memories, fun, and hope. And, oh, wait, here's a little bit of hit of Jesus right here. And a little bit of God loves you over here. And it's kind of intermixed in all this other stuff that we're doing to the point where it becomes like a natural part of what we do. It's not like a forced thing. Maybe that's like the best picture of it. It's not a forced thing. It's just us naturally being part of the whole picture. So maybe that is perfect representation. Yep.
Yeah, it's interesting because I did a project for class last semester for a writing project, and it was about royal family and stuff, and the question that my cohorts came out with, because I didn't use God and Jesus, and they said, what motivates all these people to come and volunteer and do this? That's what they picked up on. They're like, you're doing all that? What motivates people to want to do that? And so then it was like, God. That's it. It was God. It's God living in the hearts of the volunteers that motivates them to do this. They asked, so I told them.
All right, so now we will turn our page to like our first, content of our training. Come a little higher. I should be. I think they had us straight on. I just got to flip between my two. All right. All right. I'll just do that a little bit. Something we never had to worry about before is where I'm at on camera. So we were kind of following a theme here, and our theme for the year is safe. We're going to talk a lot about safe and being a safe harbor. Kind of like, what do people want right now? They want to feel safe, and we want camp to be a safe place all the time, and especially, I think we can capitalize on that during this time. In pandemic, getting to post-pandemic, hopefully soon. We can capitalize on this. This is a safe place. We're going to make it as safe for you. But more than just their physical health, but this idea of safe relationships and safe environment emotionally for them, which is really, really important for us. So so we're going back to the camera thing. We're going to bring that back in again. If we go to the camera, what do you think about when you see the camera? And I'll try to repeat everything that people say as much as I can. Okay, no pictures on campus is one thing. Okay, camera, no pictures on campus. That came from our Dean of Women. That's her job, so she's right on line where she would be thinking. Okay, so snapshots to duplicate into your own life or for the kids to take home and put in their lives. Good, I like that one. What do you think about when you see the camera or the thing that might look like a camera that you drew? Okay, so Anita online said the special memories for the kids to take with them. Can you take this to Erica? She can. Anyone else? What do you see when you see a camera? And this isn't in our notes because I'm going to ask another question. It's going to hit a little harder then. Yeah, memories. And now more than ever, like you take them and they're with you and you have a stream and it reminds you the next year, like, hey, this is your stuff from last year at this time. And you're like, oh. Well, and before we would have had to dig them out of a box, like when I was a kid. Like now you don't have to do that. Okay, it just pops up on your email sometimes. It says, hey, you put these on Shutterfly last year. All right. I guess this is going to be a harder question. What do you think kids see or think when they see a camera? Okay, not again. Performance, the pressure of like being, I'd say even more for the teens right now to, be like, some of them that's their way to, that's their social, that's social pressure. Okay, I'm ugly, the negative self-image. A lot of them might think they're fun too. Like, a lot of them probably like taking pictures. It's probably not all negative. But we definitely probably have a lot of that as well. There's other thoughts about what a camera means.
A lot of times the camera for us is on our phones, and if you are anywhere, and I mean, I'm guilty too, but so many times you see adults with their children, and they're just, if you're in a waiting room or just anywhere, you see the adult on the phone and the child, left out or no one paying attention to them. Like, does anybody just put that phone down and read a book anymore or play a game or go outside and do something? And so I think that one of the things with the camera is the fact that only a few people have a camera at camp, and the rest of us do not have our devices, and we can be present with our kiddos and love on them.
Yeah, and that's where I think, as we're talking about safety, I think part of a safe relationship is getting to know that, like, they're not going to feel safe around us if they feel ignored by us, if they feel like we're not present with them. Like, how are they going to learn to trust us and feel safe around us if we're not even really watching or paying attention? So our rules about no cameras, no cell phones, no smartwatches, no physical activity tracking, it's not just to protect them, it's to eliminate distractions. It's to eliminate that part, take a break, and pour into the kids instead of whatever else is distracting us at the time. So again, rules for pictures, only the certified photographers, whoever they are, 1, maybe 2 people. You might have a few more at Royal Family just because the massness of Royal Family compared to our weekends. No cameras, no cell phones, no watches, okay, no technology devices, anything that can connect to Wi-Fi, all right, is basically out. You can keep it in the kickback lounge in a safe place, and there's a brief, you'll have some moments throughout the day or the evening where you get a chance to check in with the world, but we want to make this weekend, the world about the kids that are coming there. And building relationships with each other. I mean, that can be an important part for us too. So even in the kickback lounge, it'd be nice, we're getting to talk to other people and having conversations. I remember lots of late night laughter, tired late night laughter from my experiences at camp and track and everything. And those are memories too. Those are snapshots I didn't take with the phone, but I still remember them. So the next part, social media statement, and I don't know if this is official for Royal Family, but this is an official point for track that we have to read once I find it. I was in the process of doing that, and then I stopped. This one is one we have to read verbatim at training. It is a required piece.
So while you find that, babe, Lori online said, for some of the kids, it makes them feel really important or special. And I think that's a good point to make. I heard other people say it as well. But as long as we're doing it safely, that's the key. So I think if you don't take anything away, pictures are great as long as they're safe. Because, some people probably may not have had some fun or safe pictures taken of them. So again, really important, just as Adam said, Kathy said, we've all said it 1,000 times. Put away the distractors, put away the things that could trigger, and just be present and let the photographers do their job because they do an excellent job at it.
Yeah, and turn pictures into a joy, like they're saying. Like let them be loved by that aspect of someone caring enough to capture their moments. Did you?
Because I've been challenged by this and just time with the Lord, but we are, as a society, we're telling people that being seen is what you're done on Facebook, like that pictures are the way that you're seen, but God sees us in moments all the time. Like, that's how he sees. He doesn't need Facebook. He doesn't need an image to see us. And I think at camp, like looking in their eyes, if we're representing Christ, we're representing God to them, we're telling them that it's enough that we see them, even if there's no picture or there's no proof or there's no anything, that there's a significance to being seen by God and knowing that you're seen by God. And sometimes putting aside all those technology things gets rid of that lie in us that says, well, I didn't get enough likes on Facebook, so I'm not being seen. And we really have to remember that we are seen by God all the time. And the kids need to know that because it's such an invisible thing, He's so invisible. I don't know. It's helping them to reorient to what is true and not the lie of it's all about image. It's all about how you look. It's all about that.
Thank you. All right, so our social media standards, and the words track and Teen Reach Adventure Camp are through this, but it would, I know the rules apply to RFK too, so I'll just read it verbatim. As a nonprofit organization serving abused youth who are usually wards of the state in a society where the use of electronic communications and social media are so prevalent, it has become necessary to make a position statement regarding the contact of campers and volunteers who are involved in these programs at the local level. At Teen Reach Adventure Camps or Royal Family Kids Camp, the model involves intensive interaction over 3, 4, 5 days. Prior to, during, or after, volunteer staff should put no identifying information or pictures regarding the camp or campers on any type of social media. They should have no contact with the campers outside of their local camp unless it has been approved through social services or the certified mentoring program. This includes, but is not limited to, all social media sites, texting, tweeting, emailing, etc. Again, we know the rule, but we must be reminded. I think it's one of those that could like easily slip. Like you could just be in, I don't know, even before the campers get there. I think sometimes maybe when we like want to take a quick picture and put it out and like, oh, we can't do that. Like we can't even location give or hint at where we're at. Just again, maybe the best frame of mind would be once you're on campus, even when you have your device out at allowable times, maybe just no photographs. Maybe that would be a good rule of thumb. Okay, so Tanya is setting up a phone docking or device docking station in her room at Royal Family. At Track, we have a like a pocket thing that you can keep yours in, and I put some chargers nearby. Kind of same thing, a dock out in our kickback lounge. And if people would prefer it, we could probably put it in a less conspicuous place, but or more conspicuous. I don't know. Yeah, hidden more, but. Again, people yeah, we did that once. All right, my part is done as far as the safe pictures and all that. Is there any other comments or concerns regarding those policies? Okay, so yeah, like not just at camp, but like throughout the year, the people who might be tracking us, following us, she said it might be advisable for us just to watch how we present ourselves all the time on social media. So again, if we're trying to squeeze Jesus into, not squeeze into, but like, plant those seeds, we need to be exemplifying that as we kind of talked about in the devotional and people's comments already today. No.
Our walk with Jesus should not be hidden from our daily lives or in the lives that we're proclaiming anywhere, except when we create our website for Royal Family or when we're, talking about Royal Family. But the way we live our lives should be proclaimed all the time. God should never be left out of that. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Just really quick, yeah, we can take a break. This is one I struggle with as a teacher, and I'm sure other people may have been in this, and it's about living it. I think that's the big part. Like, I've had people come up to me in school. I've never really gone and been like, hi, I'm Mr. Hebner, I'm a Christian, but they come up to me, they're like, I know what you believe, and I'm like, I never told you. So again, that living, and again, I'm not tooting my own horn, but I struggle with that a little bit because I want to be there's times where I want to be bold, and I have made a decision at sometimes just to be bold. I felt like I was supposed to do that at times in school, but it is a struggle. Like, you don't want to feel like you're putting Jesus in a box and hiding him, but again, it's for the greater purpose. if I get fired from school, then I can't be there. Like, and if we can't have camp, we can't be there. So it's the ability to do what we want to do when we need to do it. Sometimes comes with some rules, I guess, about it as far as, and it's mainly with our relationship with social services, just because we bring in the state, and that's the bottom line, and I don't think we need to say any more. Though I'd say, and the final piece is, I know everyone likes, and I already mentioned it once, likes their trackers. You know, I have a watch. People like to know they got their steps and stuff, but these devices connect to Wi-Fi now, and you get your messages on them. Okay, like, there's very few of those devices out there now where you don't have access to what your phone brings up. And so that's kind of where we came, I think 2 years ago. We said, we're not even wearing those. So you have to buy an unsmart watch for a week. It'll still tell the time. Even the dumb watches know the time. So you have to get one of those for the week if you want to have a watch on. At first, the trackers were just trackers that, you know, sent stuff to your phone, but, you know, they've progressed to basically phones on your wrist. And we have people getting dinged, you know, and again, ding, lift your arm. I do it. You know, it goes off, you look, and that's just a moment. You're not paying attention to what's going on. It could be a safety issue. It could be you're just not interacting with your camper. So just one last piece on that, that they are not allowed during your time at camp. You have to end your streak that day or whatever you're working on. Take a break. It's later. It's coming later. Yep. All right. It is a break time. So we'll give you, it's 55. Let's say start reconvening and try to be back here by 10:05 so we can just stay on schedule and keep things rolling, because if the segment goes longer later, we'll have made up some time.
All right, everyone, we should be moving back to get started. There are plenty of treats. You can bring them along. Treats. You know us. We know how to eat. We always have food. All right, you're going to need the back of that paper that you used earlier and a writing utensil. And if you need something hard to write on, whether you have your manual or one of the hymnals or a little clipboard, we're going to have a race. And so let's get ready for that. A little race. Personal race while you're sitting. How's everybody doing? Oh, Katie, that's pretty good. She saw it last night. Oh, let me see yours, Danette. Oh, it almost looks like a microphone. Or worse. Yeah. I wish some of you could. Did we get to show our pictures? Is there anybody that wants to share their picture? What they drew? There's a lot of talking going on over here about some of theirs. How did yours turn out, Tanya? No, yours, you get the idea, yeah. You got to see what the picture was supposed to look like? This is what it was supposed to look like. I don't know if you guys saw that. That's what she was giving directions for. Danette, well, that's fun. But that's a neat activity because one of the things, it's not the rabbit trail that we were going down, but you know, communication at camp is very important. I can say to you, I want you to go to the arts and crafts tent and help with the kids, or help. And you can receive that as a whole lot of different things. I probably specifically need to say, help clean up, or sit with the children and, you know, be present, or, you know, and we do have to, communication and the way it's received at camp can be a really big deal. I think through the years we've been learning, but we have new people joining us all the time, and so it's always something that we really need to work on. Being clear, and then our body language too, and trying to, what? Okay. So if I want to use the whiteboard, it needs to be moved. Okay. All right. So when I walk, I can't come over to you guys. So we were talking about communication and our body language. And what's our role for camp? What do we always say? Pack your positive mental attitude, your PMA. So speaking of our roles, we want to spend a little bit of time talking about roles right now. And so are you ready with your pieces of paper, your writing utensil? We're using the back of the drawing paper from earlier. And I am going to set a timer for 1 minute, 15 seconds. And in that time, I want you to jot down as many of our camp rules as you can remember. Now, I know that some of you were trained for camp last year but didn't get to come. But I think everybody here has at least been to one training. But the training that we had last year For some of you, it was just virtual. We are going to go over the camp rules now. We're going to kind of do it backwards through another kind of discussion and what we're going to be doing. But I will tell you that if you have any questions about these, and if you leave here and you do not feel ready for camp or well-trained, excuse me, it's a cold, I promise, just a cold. The whole handbook is now available digitally. Like I can email you the rules section of our handbook. But we also do have the copies of the handbook back there, so if you did not get one to take with you, that you can read and brush up on things, since 5 hours is clearly not enough for all the things that we might encounter at camp. And then I will also tell you that every year, Royal Family does what's called a LIFT conference, and some of us have traveled far and wide to be part of those LIFT summits where we get to hear the new things that have come out. Last year, it was virtual, and they charged us $50. So we signed about 10 of us up, and we watched it virtually throughout the year. But this year, they're doing 4 little mini lifts, and they're sending them out, and we can send them to all of you. And they're free. So this year, if you don't feel like you're in the loop enough just from our training, I'll be sending those to you in an email, and you can choose to watch them whenever. They're going to be links, and they're available anytime. The first LIFT conference had the video that we're going to be watching, but also had a whole lot more stuff, and then it also has a lot about our brand and why we've changed to For the Children and what's happening with that. So you can keep in the know on that, and I don't have to spend a lot of time with it because you can check it out for yourself. The next LIFT conference is next weekend on a Saturday. That'll be pumping out. And then, is that the 24th? No, 27th. So it must be the 27th, and then March 27th as well. The March 27th one is going to be a complete training that they're offering volunteers. So if you tune in, it counts as training. Now you guys are here, and so and it's always nicer to be present. Hi, Tuck. Hi, Meg. But it's nice that they're putting that out there. And if it's coming from Royal Family, fresh and straight from Jeff Jahala, our training director, you know it's going to be good, pure, important stuff. So it might be worth checking into. And if you know anybody that would like to get involved with Royal Family, it's just real simple. We just send that to them, and they can at least start some training and checking some things out. And so that's pretty exciting. All right, are you ready for the task that we are about to do? I'm going to give you, I hope you didn't start already. I said I was going to give you 1 minute and 15 seconds, but I didn't start. No, that's okay. So in this 1 minute and 15 seconds, I want you to write really quickly, like you're not obviously going to write sentences or anything. If it's just 1 word or 2 words, the rules that just pop into your mind that you just learn and you just know naturally up at camp that, you know, it's kind of like that word cloud. Boom, boom, boom. 1 minute, 15 seconds, and my phone shut off. Go. 1 minute, 15 seconds, then we're going to talk about them. A little bit. Hi, sweetie. So those who are following at home, you're writing them down too, I hope. 2, 1, stop. That's it. That's all you get. So now, I guess I'll just have you guys call them out, and I'm going to write them down, and we'll see how many of them we've got just from our group. Okay, but before we do that, this sign I had hanging up here, can you read it? Follow the recipe. Royal Family has a program, a recipe, and we stick to the recipe. We don't veer from it. There are just things that they want us to do, and so these rules are part of the recipe. When you make a cake, it might tell you to gently add this or don't overbeat. And so you have to follow those rules in order to get the product that you want. And we have to follow these rules in order to get the best camp possible. Okay, so what are some rules that come to your mind? I'm just going to jot them down. Too deep. Somebody yelled, Tanya doesn't like whale tails. So let's put that under modesty. Side hugs. No secrets. I should have somebody else up here writing too. If somebody wants to grab a marker, then I could have another writer. Toes covered. Right there. No pictures. You got that one? No sitting on other people's beds. No piggybacks. No eating food. No food outside KBL. Don't. No, we did not. No laps. Okay. We're not allowed to do mass altar calls. Okay, meds with nurse. Okay, she has no phones on. Okay, no, I need a new pen. Personal info shared. What else? Oh, open door. We have too deep. Okay, just a review of what we have in case the people at home haven't heard it and can't see it. Too deep, modesty, no whale tails, and cleavage, things like that. Side hugs, no secrets, toes covered, no photos, or we're not allowed to take pictures. No piggybacks, no laps, sitting. We all have laps, but nobody's allowed to sit on them. Medications have to go to the nurse, no personal info shared, no bed sitting, well, other than the camper. Only campers on their beds. No food outside the KBL, no altar calls, phones away, open doors, and that's like from the bathroom area to the living space. We keep it open a crack because we need to be keeping an eye on what's going on. And when we're 2 and 3 deep, we want to make sure that we're all able to see what's happening at all times. What else? Mandated reporters. Oh. What do you say? Don't leave camper. And what was I putting? We have that. Oh, we're all mandated reporters. Actually, that's been removed, right? I think we can't do that anymore anyway. Remember the people that would have the 2 ways and they would be pushing it, would go beep, 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 beep. It can't do it anymore. They've all been removed. mandated, and that was not an RFK rule, that was a Camp 204 rule. It was an annoyance rule, a PMA rule. We need our PMAs. Yeah, yeah, don't leave camp. And you have don't leave the camper alone. Oh, right. Yes, and women have to, if you're already dressed to go swimming, you have to have a dress or an outfit over top of your swimsuit until you get to the pool area, and then you can be ready to hop in. And boys always have to have, like, if they have their swim trunks on, they have to have a shirt on. They always have to have a shirt on, except right at the pool. Yes? Right. It's a way we do things, so I think it could be a rule. So before we touch, ask to give safe touch. Ask before giving safe touch. I think I have one of those signs up here says ask, ask, ask. And I think maybe I didn't put that one up here. But that's what that sign means that we put at the kickback. Ask, ask, ask. If you're tempted to rub somebody's back and you just want to, they need it. But you need to say, is it okay if I rub your back? We are allowed to do safe touches. Our side hugs are safe touch. A pat on the back is a safe touch, but we have to ask. Katie. Name tags, that's right, that's a good one. Except where? Where don't we need our name tags? At the pool, in the shower, of course, in our cabins, in our beds. Okay, Michael? Oh, yeah. Follow the recipe. The children, it's supposed to be, actually, we're not supposed to have competitive play at camp. Camp is supposed to be non-competitive. So when you're shooting hoops, even though you are as good as Michael Jordan, you're not supposed to, like, win. So that might be just the way we're interpreting it, but we just have to be real careful about stiff competitions because we're trying to build their self-esteem during the week of camp, and there could be triggers. We don't know what's going on the other 51 weeks out of the year and what this child's been up against, and if he's already feeling poorly about himself when it comes to sports, that could be a problem. The other thing is a lot of kids who are in the system are not getting to play sports. They're not in the community soccer leagues, and they're not in the recreational this and recreational that. They're mostly sitting at home. And so they're not going to have the same talents as, our children who maybe played soccer every season or had the structured training in different settings. So they just asked us to make it fun and to be non-competitive. And that's why I've struggled for years, like, how do we fill our time? Oh, let's play a game of kickball. Well, how do you play a game of kickball non-competitively? I think you can, but like Mike said, you just have to, if they kick the ball and it's only here, you have to be too slow to get it and let them get to first base so that they can have fun. And I know that's hard, but that is the recipe. And it's interesting that maybe through the years we haven't talked about that enough because that was one of the first things we learned when we went to training. It's a non-competitive kind of thing. Any other ones? No promises. Yes. Megan has shared that with us 1 year in training, that we have to be really careful not to make promises. Like, see you next year. Well, if we had said that in 2019, there's a good chance, it didn't happen, if we hadn't been able to, and we didn't get to do camp the way it was. So, we just want to say, we'll be praying for you. We care about you. And just don't promise anything. Anything else that comes to your mind as far as rules go? Okay, I think you did really, really well. We are going to take a break right now, and we're going to watch, not a break, a break from this. Everybody goes for another donut. And we are going to watch a video. And this is part of this year's Lift Summit. Becca Johnson has been working with Royal Family for many, many, many years. She has been a psychologist, and she is part of why she's part of the recipe. She helped create the recipe, and she's the big reason why we have dress up at camp, because in her early years, Becca Johnson just would go to camp, and she said that it was just so important for these kids to get to dress up and make believe and have fun. And so she was the big reason why we have dress up at camp and really pushed for that. She has since, she was the one as a missionary, took the first royal family out of the country to Africa and established that. She is now serving as a Teen Reach Adventure Camp director. So she has been doing all kinds of things, and her credits are right here, and you can read about her. And she is going to share from us with one of our new biggest problems that we've been encountering that has gotten even worse since the pandemic. But before I do that, let's just take one step back. I kind of got away from my notes. Why do we have rules at camp? Why is it important for us to follow that recipe, to follow those rules? You want to say that out loud?
Protect everyone.
He said to protect everyone. Any other reason? So we're going to protect ourselves, but we're also going to protect the children. Oh yeah, no children on golf carts. She just added that one. So the 2 deep rule, that is the rule where we always have 2 trained people. So every single one of you can be a 2 deeper. And that means when we take a child to the restroom, 2 people go. And the child goes in. We also want to make sure that there aren't any other children in there, or if they are in there, we have the door open. So we're keeping an eye on what's going on in the restroom, but we have 2 of us out there both watching, so we keep that safe. When children are changing, like when we're doing showers at bedtime, the door is open a crack. If anybody goes back where the showers are, somebody's also there. We're keeping an eye. We're making sure we're holding each other accountable. Who can be 2 deep? Trained people who are 16 years of age or older. So I was going to add to that. Yeah. And what that means is there 2 of them can't be 16, or you can't have a 16 and a 17. One of the 2 deepers has to be at least 18. And then you could have one 16-year-old or one 17-year-old. So Tia is 17, and she is here training. This year and last year, had she been there, she can be 2 deep now. But Tia and another 16-year-old can't be 2 deep together. There needs to be an 18-year-old, an adult, that is in overseeing them. And Tia's hoping to be a CIT and moving on up into that counselor role at some point. So we're going to want to pull her and let her be 2 deep and use her in that way this year. So that's our 2 deep role. Always make sure that when we are never, ever alone with a camper. That's what our 2 deep is. But that keeps us safe, and that keeps the child safe. Our little rule about toes covered, that's a tiny little rule. But if our campers come wearing flip-flops, and on the first day they're running, and they scuff their toe on the stones, it's going to hurt. And then they're going to go to the pool, and the chlorine's going to sting. And Believe me, a little toe hurt on the first day can end up causing trouble the rest of the week, especially for children who sometimes need a little extra attention. And if they can get the extra attention by sitting around all day nursing a sore toe, they're not going to realize what they're missing if they were out, running and playing and swimming in the pool, especially if they've never done that. So we don't want them to scub their toe. We want them to be able to experience the things that they've not experienced. So that's why those little rules, and we've got the big rules, it's all to keep them safe. This video is also about keeping our campers safe on a whole new level. And so we're going to now watch this. It's about a 20-minute video, and then we'll talk about it.
For those joining online, if it does not work, I sent a link in the comments, and you can just click and watch on your own and then rejoin us when you're done.
Hi, my name is Dr. Becca Johnson, and I'm a licensed psychologist. I've been very involved with Royal Family over the last almost 30 years. I've been a camp psychologist, camp photographer, child placement, camp director several times at different camps. And also I'm the liaison with Royal Family kids in Chile, South America. I've also been involved the last 15 years with a variety of anti-trafficking organizations as trainer, consultant, clinical director, aftercare director, program director, a variety of capacities. Also now I am the co-director of TRAC, Teen Reach Adventure Camp, in my hometown of Bellingham, Washington. Well, if you knew that a child or a minor was being groomed or targeted to be a victim of sex trafficking, what would you do? I remember when I first was studying to become a psychologist, and we had to study child abuse. And at that time, they said that previously people had thought that it was rare. They said, well, maybe 1 in 100 children has experienced child abuse. Then later it was, well, maybe 1 in 50. But then when studies revealed its prevalence, people were shocked. Even victims were shocked. They thought that abuse was rare. They kept silent. They didn't want to tell because they blamed themselves. They didn't know that if they were in a group with 10 women, that 3 to 5 of those women will have had an unwanted sexual experience or experiences before their 18th birthday. So because of that awareness, states started enacting laws to protect, prevent, and provide services for victims. And one by one, all of the states enacted laws against child abuse. Well, let's fast forward now, and about 50 years or so, the last 5 to 15 years, our states have begun to change their laws as well regarding prostitution. Before, you would arrest the prostitute and oftentimes let the buyers go. Or now there's been this paradigm shift, and they realize that the prostituted person is not this filthy, reprehensible, seductive person, but that they're actually an entrapped, violated victim. It's wonderful that now we see that these prostituted children, teens, and adults are not criminals, but they are the true victims, victims of abuse, control, coercion, exploitation, manipulation, threats, and violence. Well, as I've traveled the world and have had the opportunity to experience a lot of different cultures and how sex trafficking is played out, I've been amazed to realize the difference. But one thing we do know is that it's prevalent all over the world. It is estimated that 40.3 million people are living in slavery, and 1 in 4 of those are children, and that 4.8 million are victims of sexual abuse. So as I've traveled and trained around the world for the last 15 years in this area, I train on trauma recovery, how to help the helpers help victims in their emotional recovery. But one of the things I have realized over and over again is that it differs according to where you are in the world. In some parts of the world, it is because of poverty or desperation or being sold by a family member. Maybe it's voodoo rituals, drug abuse, deception of a job or a scholarship. But there's a lot of ways that people get entrapped into sexual exploitation, and it differs according to where you are. But I want to share with you about North America, where we live. There's primarily 4 different ways that people are, ways that they're exploited or ways that they are tricked into prostitution. And so the first one is by their family. We already know from our studies on child abuse that oftentimes the perpetrators are the family. Well, it's the same in sex trafficking. I know quite a few survivors who it was their family, their parents were their pimps. Another type of trafficking that's common in North America is what we call guerrilla pimping. And that involves more brutality and force and threats of harm to the person or to their family, to their loved ones. Another type is gangs. This is common because gangs, that sense of family, that belonging to this group. Well, oftentimes some of the members have to provide sex services for each other, but also they're encouraged to go out and prostitute or forced to go out and prostitute to make money for the family, for the gang. And lastly, another one that you know is common is that's groomed. We get that in child abuse as well. It's the same in sex trafficking, that they're told they're special, a relationship is formed, and little by little, it's like the frog in the frying pan with the water slowly getting warm, and then eventually it dies, it is trapped. But the thing that's important to realize, in North America, 3 of those 4, if we go back and look for a second, 3 of those 4 involve what we call trauma bonding. And the trauma bonding means that there's a special relationship between the victim and the victimizer, between the prostituted and the pimp or the perpetrator, that there's a bond there. And so because of that, what I say is in North America, it is more challenging to help someone exit this life of exploitation and help them get restored, or that restoration process. Let's just look at a few statistics. Now, we know child abuse is prevalent. Now we're beginning to understand the prevalence of human trafficking as well. But I want to share with you one other problem, and that is that rural family for 30 years has been focused and targeted on foster kids. Well, unfortunately, foster kids are some of the most vulnerable. Now, I'd like to read a few quotes here in research studies. The Children's Bureau in 2015 said that, states that children and youth under the care of the child welfare system are particularly susceptible to traffickers. Skilled in grooming potential victims, traffickers establish a seemingly loving and caring relationship to gain trust and allegiance. This manipulative relationship ensures that youth will remain loyal to the exploiter, even in the face of profound victimization. Traffickers seek out vulnerable children, those in state care, or children experiencing trouble at home, or are especially susceptible. Here's some stats. In 2013, the FBI did a raid of over 70 cities in the United States. And of the victims that they were able to rescue, the child sexual abuse, sexual trafficking victims, they found that 60% of the children were from foster care or group homes. In Connecticut, there was a study done, and they found that 86 out of 88 participants in their program had a history of being in the child welfare system. Another study in Los Angeles found 78% in one of their programs had been involved in foster care. In New York, there was a study that said 85. There was a couple other studies that said 63 and 65%. But it's all too much, and it all points to the fact that our beloved foster kids are very vulnerable and at risk. There was one study done by Cho in 2015 that also said that children who have had multiple placements in foster care and those in group homes are actually have an increased susceptibility to being victimized and become entrapped in human trafficking, sex trafficking. So why are foster youth more susceptible? Well, we know, first of all, because most of them have a lot of trauma in their lives. They have a lot of adverse childhood experiences. And so those are when there's problems in the home. They might have experienced sexual abuse, physical abuse, neglect. There might be violence in the home or drug use, mental illness, incarceration. The more ACEs a person has, a child in their developmental years, the more vulnerable they are. But we also know that it's a lack of a sense of belonging. They don't have that safety net of who to go to and where to go when they are in crisis or in need. And then, of course, that leads to the third reason they are most susceptible, are foster kids, and that is that they lack a supportive adult. And when you think about the supportive adult, it's like they don't have someone that they trust, someone that teaches them life skills, someone that takes advantage of those teachable moments for them. It's just, they need that so much. In the article, Foster Care Youths Are at Risk for Human Trafficking or Sex Trafficking, it states that foster children lack the life experiences and the teachable moments that other young people have. We know that our youth, especially when they age out, are a higher risk for unemployment, for housing and financial instability, for higher risk of incarceration, unwanted pregnancies, drug use. They need an intervention. Well, we know there's a problem, a big problem. There's child abuse, there's human trafficking, and it's focused on our kids, our foster kids, our beloved royal family kids. It's a big problem. So what can we do? And I want to present a strategy, but I also want to let you know that For the Children is working on addressing these. And so here we are. Here's our strategy. The foundation is education, to make people aware that this exists and it is prevalent. And then there's the pillar on the left that says prevention. And it's not just letting people know, but it's letting those at-risk population, those vulnerable, susceptible kids and teens and youth and all of them know about this. And that is happening. Royal Family Kids is looking at curriculum and programs such as Little Red to help us communicate and educate and communicate and provide prevention. The next pillar is prevention, research, or policy. We need people to do research to find how best to help and to enact laws to change what is happening. But the next pillar is intervention, and that's outreach. It's intervention, and that's what Royal Family already does. Because here's a child who has been abused on their way to being trafficked, and Royal Family comes in and changes the trajectory of their future by giving them a hope and a future and telling them they belong to a royal family. The last pillar is restoration, and that's when a person is removed from their situation, that negative, abusive, exploited situation. What can we do to help in their restoration? We know we have to provide food, clothing, shelter, and we need to provide opportunities for education or vocational training. They might need medical attention, dental and eye care. And they also need perhaps financial and legal assistance, recreation opportunities, and also very importantly, they need opportunities for emotional recovery. And that's where I come in. They need opportunities for mental health programs, individual or group counseling, support groups. And I know where I'm called. This is my area. This is where I have a passion, is to help people in their emotional recovery. And that's why I've traveled around the world helping others help in that. So I'd like to just briefly tell you about a couple of resources I'm very excited about. This book, The Journey to Hope, available through Amazon, is to help victims in their recovery process. And it's for the victim themselves, but it's also for you, people who care, people, professionals, friends, family, mentors who want to guide someone or walk with them through the process of healing. Secondly, next year, a book's coming out, Leaving the Life, being co-written by a survivor of prostitution. And it is to encourage victims to leave the life of exploitation. So here's our problem. We have these pillars, we have a strategy, and it's great. And we know from our research on resilience that a key factor in building resilience against things happening or in bouncing back and recovery is having a caring, supportive adult. In fact, I wanted to read this, and it says that a number of trafficking victims were asked, what do you think could have helped prevent you from being, exploited? And their common answer was, if we'd had a caring, supportive family or adult in our lives. And we know that this would be so helpful, and that's what they lack. And the thing is, that's what Royal Family Kids has done for the last 30 years. We've provided positive memories in a safe environment with safe people. But we have a problem. And the problem is, that's what grooming looks like, isn't it? Grooming is that positive, caring adult. At least it seems positive at first. So what do we do? So here's our problem, that we look like that. So how do we help the kids differentiate between a sheep and a wolf in sheep's clothing? How do we help them know the difference? How do we help them know that we're the real deal, that we are sheep? So I have 6 recommendations. So here they are. The first one is, be sure to include education and prevention curriculum in your programs. For example, the Little Red that Royal Family Kids is going to be, and other resources that they are going to be giving you. Second of all, first, also in this one, in including that education and prevention, I really recommend that at some time in the program, you have an opportunity to talk about what is healthy and what are unhealthy relationships. Now, I've done this with kids, teens, and adults. I've done it with the abused, and I've also done it with the prostituted. And it's a great exercise. And you ask them to list, what do they think is part of a healthy relationship, and then what's part of an unhealthy. We don't even necessarily have to talk about abuse or exploitation. They realize it themselves. So we talk about a healthy relationship. It's open, it's encouraging, it's likes including other people, encourages freedom and individuality, healthy boundaries. Well, you can read it there. It gives without expectations, and it feels emotionally and physically safe. As opposed to unhealthy relationships. They're closed, they're secretive, uncomfortable feelings. There might be exclusion, trying to isolate the person. There's blurred relationships, boundaries and unclear relationships. Well, you can see it there, but we need to help kids understand the difference. So number 1 was include prevention. Second, I say demonstrate and proclaim that for the children and Royal Family Kids are safe, that we use only genuine sheep. That's why we do the background checks and the fingerprinting. And thirdly, expand to include year-round programs that are ongoing programs, such as the mentoring, the clubs, but also maybe meals and support and outreach programs, other options. 4, get involved in foster youth's lives through appropriate channels, whether it's foster or respite care, court advocacy, or other ways. And 5thly, keep doing what you're doing. Working with For the Children, serving with Royal Family Kids. Keep treating them royally and special. Keep moving forward, letting them know there is a hope and a future. And making moments matter. Just latching on to those teachable moments. And lastly, in summary, we can celebrate that we do offer a long-term permanent relationship with the one who will never leave them. In the Bible, it says, the Lord your God goes with you. He goes before you. He will never fail you nor abandon you. And that's what these kids need. They need a permanent long-term relationship. And only our God can offer that. Thank you. And thank you for what you do.
Does anybody else have goosebumps? I just was so encouraged. She gives it to us, but then she also lets us know that what we do is so, so important. And so why are we here? We're here to follow the recipe, to use the rules, to keep kids safe. And we really, really, really want to emphasize that this year at camp. She mentioned this curriculum, Little Red. I'm going to look into that, and we're going to see how we can implement that into our week of camp. And also, we only have had the one Lift Summit, so this is why these Lift Summits are so important, because they can just give us information. We're in our busy little worlds, and we're all volunteers, and we have these separate lives, but to have this time to come together as a team and remember why we're here and how we do what we do, why we do what we do. Did any of you write down those 6 recommendations? Okay. So the first one was prevention. These were recommendations that we can do. Did you hear those statistics? You know that our foster kiddos, anywhere from 60% to 85%, 88% in these different studies that they did, are more vulnerable to this lifestyle, to being trapped in this human trafficking. And then the more challenges that they face, the more vulnerable they are. I know Anita Carball, she's tuning in virtually. She was talking about one of the kiddos that we mentor, whose family is just struggling. And when COVID hit, they had challenges with COVID. They've already got all kinds of other challenges as a family, grandparents raising them, those types of things. And the grandfather got sick. But there were so many other things that it just seems like this ripple effect, that just keep happening. And we prayed, Lord, be with these kiddos, bless these children. And he does. We're here for them. And he is watching over them. And we are part of his plan. That's why you're here. That's why we know about these things. So we can pray about them, so we can be there for them, so Anita can be there for them. And as a group, we can be there for them. So one of the things was prevention, then to demonstrate and proclaim that we are safe. And that is so important. And when we're walking and talking with our campers, we want to really, really overemphasize, the reasons why we do the things that we do, because a lot of times they don't understand. Maybe they would love to have a piggyback ride or sit on a lap, and maybe you would like to give them a piggyback ride, but there's a reason why we don't. And so and to answer that, if they would say, I have a grandson and he loves to ride on my back, all around the living room these days. And children do like that kind of thing. But for us, we just need to say to them, that is a lot of fun, but it's just not something that we can do at camp, because there are so many other things that we're doing that are fun, and we need to keep all of us safe. And so it's just a rule we have to follow, and just keep it as simple as that. We don't have to be deep and go into a lot of information. We're supposed to expand our programs. And this is something we are fortunate to have, our mentoring program. And we have Teen Reach. And we have the Teen Reach, Track Life. So is that what it is? No. What's the mentoring program called? Track Life. Okay, I was right. I was thinking Teen Life. So we actually here in Little Greencastle, PA, have all 4 pieces. But they want us to do more. And now they're asking us to try to bring our campers, the ones that we can't mentor, to at least try to get them one time during a year to do a Christmas party. to spend some time with them, or get them together for Easter, or find other ways that we can get involved in their lives. And it used to be that we couldn't have any contact, but now, there are things called CASA workers where you can be trained to be an advocate for them. And so she was talking about these special channels that you can use, and we can do that. And if God lays those things on your heart, we can give you more information about ways that you can expand programs and ways that we can reach out and get involved in their lives in other ways. But our mentoring is certainly the easiest and best way to do that. And I did want to also say, Elizabeth has volunteered to kind of oversee our Christmas party. But Elizabeth, is going to be getting very, very busy here very, very soon with her brand new baby that's coming. And so she's going to spearhead our efforts as far as our Christmas party for our team. But one of the things we can all be thinking about is, what will that look like? We're thinking that we'll try to make it work with our mentor Christmas party. But there are logistics, like, how do you do Christmas presents, and how do you do Christmas presents for everybody? And because right now we have a church that buys gifts for our kids who are mentored, and they'll spend up to $75 on a kiddo. So we can't possibly say, okay, here's your gifts, the kids that are mentored, and you're here, here's your little watch or whatever. So we may have to get some other churches involved to do more gift giving, or tone down one, or spread the wealth. These are things we're going to have to think about. And then also, we want to remember to invite them. We're going to invite them at camp. We're going to be talking about this at camp in August. We're going to be asking them to save the date and, setting up, the goal to be seeing them again, Lord willing, in December for a Christmas party. And so we're going to need volunteers to help with that and join with Elizabeth on that team. And then she encouraged us. She said, keep doing what you're doing. So I just want to thank you, because you're here today. You're giving up your Saturday morning, and you're here, and you are making plans to join us again this summer. And I just am so thankful for each and one of you and what you bring to our camp. And then she said we should celebrate. We have something to celebrate. We celebrate that in doing what we do, by giving them these safe moments, these wonderful moments, these fun moments, these relationships, these companionship, and all that we give them, we can also offer them a lasting, long-term relationship with our Heavenly Father. We get to introduce Jesus to them. And Royal Family Kids Camp is our pathway. Teen Reach Adventure Camp is that pathway. And then just loving on them and doing what we all know how to do for them and what we've been called to do is our way. So I just want to thank you so much for being here, for being part of our Safe Camp. And I would encourage you to, again, reach out to other people that you might know. This video, I did send it to you in emails, so you can watch it again, share it with friends and family, share it in your churches. Maybe God will prompt you, is there something more that we could be doing to expand what we're already doing to reach these kiddos that are the most vulnerable, our kids, our Royal Family kids. And it just gives us another reason to really follow these rules and make sure that our camp is safe, so that everybody can not only have fun during the week of camp, but then we can change the trajectory of their lives. We talked about these snapshots. Years ago, how many of you have seen the devotional? We used to watch it a lot I can't even remember his name right now. The one, he's no longer with Royal Family, but he was a minister, but he said how he had been an abused child, and then he met what's his name? But he talked about the Giants, but he also, Giant Killer Club, but all that. But first he talked about how when he would get in these good families, when he met his wife and he met her family, and they sat around the dinner table, and they held hands, and they prayed over their meal, he took a snapshot in his mind and said, you know what? When I grow up, I want a family that sits around a dinner table and holds hand and prays. And he watched, what? Glenn Garvin, thank you, yes, Glenn Garvin. He's now pastoring a church. He's left Royal Family, but he used to be one of the presidents and, one of the faces that you would see so much. But yeah, Glenn Garvin shared about his past, and then he was visiting his then girlfriend and watched the daddy, say prayers with the kids at bedtime, and just saw all those tender moments, and he took snapshots in his mind and thought, I want to do that someday. So what we want is for our campers to get those snapshots in their mind. We can't carry around our phones. We're going to take photo albums and we're going to send them home with memories. But the memories that are inside, like Adam said, the ones we don't have to have a real picture. It's just a snapshot in our mind that changes us, that gives us a new vision, a new hope. And so when we're eating all that wonderful food in the dining hall, even if it will look a little different this year, we may have to just eat with our cabins, and we may have to eat in 2 separate time periods. Let the kids play while the girls eat, and then, switch out, wipe down, whatever it looks like while we're still following COVID, we're still going to give them those 3 wonderful meals a day, and we're still going to sit around that table, and we're going to fellowship, and we're going to pray over our food. And then the counselors are going to go out and they're going to have fun with those kiddos, and they're going to bless them, and they're going to do things with them that will just make a lasting impression on their lives. And Kelly had a story last year. The one thing that happened when we did our day camp, only a few of us got to go to camp, which, by the way, if you trained last year and you still didn't get to go, it counts as a year for you. So you keep on ticking. Don't say, oh, I missed a year and now I have to start all over. No, you were part of our team. You trained for our team. So Linda, you're in year number 2, even though you didn't get to go, because you trained and you were ready to go. And we're so sorry we couldn't take all of you. But we did what we could do to give those kids 1 day. And we had so much fun. We got them there they came here, and we were leaving this church like on time every time. It was amazing. And we got back up there. What did we start, at 10? Did we meet here at 8:30 to 9? I don't know. But we got up there. We got started usually right away. The weather cooperated. But what I wanted to say about Miss Kelly was her camper was so excited because she found out that she had Kelly to herself all day. And she kept saying, just you and me? Just you and me all day? Like 3 times she said, it's just us all day. And that one day that she was able to spend with her camper, was that Rosie? Yeah, it was Rosie. Was just, I think that's going to last with her for a lifetime. She's going to remember that. And she didn't have to share her counselor. And so while COVID was a yucky thing and it changed the way we did things, the point is we still did something, and we were still able to bless the kids. And we will do that this year. It may look a little different. We may still have to wear masks when we're indoors in closed spaces, walking to and from the food line. The food line might look different. We may not be able to have a self-serve salad bar, but we're still going to do something, because it's all about the safety of the kiddos and giving them that wonderful week. Camp is about them, not about us. And we just want to do what we can to provide it. So how are we going to go about teaching what safe looks like at camp? Can we just brainstorm a little bit about, okay, so some of you are counselors, some of you are staff. What can you do in your little teachable moment that teaches our kiddos about safe relationships and these things that Becca was talking about? They need to be educated, and we want to remember healthy and unhealthy. So when we're walking and talking, if we can bring that into our conversations while we're working with the baby dolls and dressing them and changing them, Can we talk about it? When we're putting little girls and little boys to bed, can we talk about it without really talking about it? We just want to model what is safe. And so we'll follow the rules. Some of the ones that we think are most important are the 2 deep. You know, always making sure we are never alone with the camper so they are safe. And sometimes campers do ask us about that. Why do you always have to have 2 people? Or when they say they have to go to the bathroom, why do you have to get somebody? Because we want everybody to be safe. We're just doing it because it's part of keeping you safe. When they say, why do I have to wear a name tag? We want to keep you safe. It keeps you safe. And it's also how we get to know you. Because there's a lot of us running around. The counselors get to know you very quickly. The people who put you to bed might get to know, but I might not get to know everybody. I need your name tag so I can get to know you, and it keeps you safe. That's why we wear our name tags. And also, I wear my name tag so you know I'm safe. So you know that if we're wearing this name tag, we belong here. And we can quickly look around to anybody who comes onto this campus, and we know whether they belong or not. And that's why we're all wearing our name tags, and it's real important that we have our name tags. Sometimes we have to stop play to go find whoever's helping out in the office, Danette, Tia, used to be Aunt June, where Aunt June always making new name tags, even the first day, making new name tags. Why do we have to wait for a new name tag? Because a new name tag is what you need, because it's one of our roles and it keeps us safe. So stop cheering it, and we won't have to waste time getting a new one. When we're putting them in bed, and when we don't sit on their bed, or when we quickly, move aside, just why do you do that? When we can say, because we're keeping you safe. Does anybody have any thoughts or anything that you'd like to share on that? Rosine?
When a kid always asks me about why do I have to wear a name tag, I always say it's because I want to call you by your name and not just, hey kid, because your name is for you and you only.
That's a good answer, Rosine. Yeah, Linda. Yeah. That's a good question. Linda said, what if you're ready to do a side hug, but the child goes in for the full body? Yeah, we could show you. But, it is what it is, because we're never alone, so if a child, when they get off the bus, they run to their counselors, and we try really hard to jump aside, but we don't want to make them feel like that they're not wanted. And that's why if we're never alone, it's not really that big of a deal. But we're not going to linger and, they might come, and then we hop back and how are you doing? And, just kind of make light of it and not let it linger. But yeah, it does happen. And you don't want them to make you feel like you don't want to hug them. So you just get out of it as quickly as you can, and we just kind of whoop, But it does happen, and it's important. It needs to happen, because these are the relationships that they look forward to. We say this all the time. You've all been to that favorite vacation spot, and some of you go back there, time and time again, whether it's the Outer Banks or the mountains or whatever, and you look forward to going there, or maybe it's a favorite restaurant that you really have in mind, this special experience that you're going to have each time you go. That's what these kids look forward to. We are their vacation. We are what they look forward to. Last year, Krista and I had the privilege of picking up those 2 little boys. They didn't show up, and so we drove to get them and brought them. And as we came up the road by the lake, they were saying, there's the lake. Oh, they said, there's this, there's that. But I remember the last thing the one little boy said, he goes, it's like coming home. Those were the words that came out of his mouth. It's like coming home. And it was beautiful, and I got to witness it because I was there. I'm not always there for those little moments, but so last year was important, and it was special, and this year is important, and it's special, and we're going to do it again, and we're going to have a great time. And I just want to encourage you to just help us to build those relationships, and we're going to work really hard to keep the kids safe. Does anybody else have anything they'd like to add before we turn it over to May May?
We could probably take a short
Okay.
break too as well, but there were some comments online.
Oh, okay.
It might not have to do exactly with what we're talking about right now because I was catching up. Someone said, Tia, or I think it was Lori, said, Tia, CIT for cabin 4 is what she was voting.
Lori Yeager? Oh,
yeah.
okay.
There were
They're claiming you already.
there were a couple comments about rules. I think we covered them, but too deep was brought up on our online comments by Amy, and then Anita said no connections with kiddos on social media. So.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Eric already shared those. I didn't realize we had got to that point. I'm sorry.
No, well, the no connections on social media is real important. It is one thing that if I'm asked, like, if they're on social media, as young as they are, which I find it hard to believe that they might have a Facebook account, if they try to look me up and friend me, I do not accept them at this point, once they turn 18, then I do. I think there might be one exception. I'm friends with Teresa. I'm friends with her mom. I'm friends with her mom and Teresa. And so I do, but Teresa's not on Facebook. Instagram's the big thing, right? So I'm not really, there's not a lot. But yeah, we do want to be real careful we don't want to invite them into that much, and we don't want that much dialogue going on between us. And so we do want to be really careful about the social media relationships.
I thought in mentoring, like I am Facebook friends of my mentees.
I'll cover that. If you go through that training, this is the camp training right now. So we don't want to confuse people with the mentor. What they're allowed to do is a little different because of specific training and the connections they have with them through that more in-depth training that allows them to.
And more clearances and more, yeah. So what just went on here is mentors can have a little different relationship. We take pictures when we're with our kiddos if we have them out doing things, and we like to share those, and we would make photo albums together. So things are different when you mentor. If you're a mentor, it's kind of
like a kind of analogy is like CPR training. You always go with your highest level of training. So like camp is first, mentoring second. Use the information in all of them, but if I were to respond to a rescue situation, I'm not going to do it based on my lowest CPR training. I'm going to do it based on my highest CPR training. So that just might be an analogy. Like there's different levels that people teach and might have experience with. So just did a little analogy for that. Go with your training. And again, those rules may only apply to you and your mentor in that situation. Doesn't mean you can do that with any camper. That's you specifically with the kid you've been assigned if we do dive into that realm. So.
All right, thank you. So at this time, we're going to take a short break. And Adam, what time do we think we should be back for Pain to Hope with Megan? What do we think? It's 11:17. Okay, so we're going to try to be back here by 11:22. There you go.
Hello, hello. All right. Is this working? I think my light's on. Hello.
Her light is on.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me in this one? Oh, yeah. That one's not working.
That's fine. We'll just use one.
Okay.
We're good. We'll just use one. We're not talking at the same time.
Yeah. Sanitize that one since I have a cold and I was holding it. I'm gonna wipe it off.
Yeah. All right, we're going to keep it. Hello? Hello, hello. Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. We both have like equal space on the side of the table, but it's not much, just so you know. It's not like a ton of space.
I can't go past the follow the recipe sign. You gotta stay over there. Social distance.
Oh my. All right, we're going to get started here. So most of you know us, but I'm Megan Hebner.
I'm Tucker Hebner.
We're here today to talk to you a little bit about what we called Pain to Hope and Track. This is a small curriculum that they delegate out to their leadership team so that we have the opportunity to talk to you and you can get to know us a little bit. So, what does it take to save a life? Does it take years of education to become a medical doctor? Do you need to have a license in psychology or be an ordained pastor? I'd say the short answer to saving a life is paying attention. If you're aware enough to see the need and then facilitate the appropriate help, then you become a lifesaver. In this year's curriculum at Track, we'll be discussing the storms of life. We will be highlighting topics of self-worth, trust versus lies that we believe, truth, hopelessness and suicide, just to name a few. These may sound terrifying to some of you, and to others of you, this is just a day in the office. We believe the great thing about Teen Reach Adventure Camp and God's community is that you're not alone, and we're here to learn about this together. So I want you to start by grabbing a partner, or 2 partners, groups of 2 to 3, depending on where you're sitting, and I want you to talk about who taught you to value yourself. I want you to discuss what age that was that you talked about, that you kind of started to learn self-value, and how you learned it. 1 to 2 minutes. Go. Okay, we're gonna pull it back together here. So I'm not gonna ask you to share this, but I do want you to keep it in mind as we continue to talk today. So next up, Tucker's gonna talk to us a little bit about some statistics and myths and facts.
Okay, so in 2018, the Centers for Disease Control published the following statistics regarding the increase in suicide rates from 99 to 2017. In males specifically, 10 to 14 years old, there was a 74% increase, and from 15 to 24-year-olds, they showed a 35% increase. But for females, it was much higher. 10 to 14-year-old females showed a 240% increase, while 15 to 24-year-olds showed a 93% increase. Pretty staggering, both of those. In 2017, suicide was the second leading cause of death in the United States for ages 10 to 24, led only by unintentional injuries. Almost all of us have been impacted by suicide in one way or another. The wake of this destruction travels far and wide. So how do we get in front of this problem and make a difference? Again, it starts out by paying attention, being intentional, and being prepared. So we have a few here that are typically either myths or facts that people tend to believe around suicide. I'll just list them here. So myth or fact, people who talk about suicide don't do it. Suicide happens without warning. That's obviously a myth. Talking about suicide may give someone the idea to kill themselves. Suicide rates are higher for people of lower income. Once a person is suicidal, she or he is suicidal forever. If someone wants to die by suicide, you don't have the right to stop them. Most suicides are caused by a single traumatic event, and people who commit suicide have not sought help prior to their death. These are all myths. These are all misconceptions that people believe that sometimes soften the blow so that it kind of takes the responsibility off of people who may have had an opportunity to help those in need. But I'm going to turn it over to Megan to discuss what we do at camp during these hard conversations that we may be able to help when we find ourselves in these situations.
So if a camper starts talking about suicide, it needs to be taken seriously, but also needs to be understood that talking about suicide or self-harm can be normal for our campers' generation. The stigma around mental health for most kids is gone. Openly talking about medications, depression, seeing counselors or therapists, cutting, and suicidal thoughts is not out of the ordinary. For us, it's important to listen and understand. So I'm going to go over 2 steps that we're going to take at our camp. This is specifically for track. If you've gotten different direction at Royal Family level, please follow that first. If you're at track, this is specifically for track. Continue to have the conversation as a trusted person, seeking to connect first, then empower the camper to understand that they share the responsibility to become and/or remain healthy. We can empower them to appropriately help others that are struggling in their lives as well. So things you can ask in step 1. Are these thoughts or feelings you're talking about new, or are they from the past? Or, are you thinking about suicide right now, or are you referring to something in the past? If the issue is current, handoff is immediate. If the issue is from their past and the camper is safe, then continue to have the conversation. Step 2, handoff. Do the handoff. This is where you facilitate help by involving the behavioral specialist and the camp director. We are mandated reporters, which means we are legally and ethically required to report abuse. This includes neglect, financial abuse, physical abuse, sexual abuse, and self-harm, including suicidal risk. Things you can ask in step 2. Have you shared these suicidal or self-harming thoughts with anyone else? Maybe a doctor, therapist, counselor, the list goes on. If the time frame is not clear and they have not shared these thoughts with anyone else, then you would eventually need to hand off still. We are mandated reporters. You can't keep the information to yourself. If they have professionals in their life who are aware of these issues, then you're allowed to continue to have the conversation, but you still need to report to the camp director. I'm gonna turn it over to Tucker to talk about this a little further.
Okay, so we are there to listen to these kids and point them to hope. If you need to do the handoff, make sure you listen first. A lot of times we listen to give suggestions as to what you would do in the situation or how to fix their situation for them, and that's most likely not what they're looking for at the time. They just want to be heard. If this individual has started sharing, honor that moment and be present. Listen and say, you sound hopeless, you sound sad, angry, or it sounds like you're having a difficult time. Validate their experience, pain and discomfort. Ask for their reasons for living. Find out what's important to them and why they may choose to live. Don't say, you'll snap out of it. It's just a phase. Suicide is selfish. You shouldn't feel this way. Your focus is negative. Are you just trying to get attention? You'll figure it out. I know exactly how you feel. I understand. I can't help you, so hold on while I go get the behavioral specialist. You don't want to be that blunt. You want to be more understanding, obviously. What is the bottom line? We want to help these kids stay safe. We want to point these kids towards hope. We want to facilitate help. Suicide frequently occurs because individuals feel like no one cares, they're hopeless, or they feel they have no control. Gently point out that you are listening and you care. Take time to help them see others in their life who care. Find the hope in their life. It could be friends, pets, hobbies, or their future. If they have control to reach out to an adult for help, then they have some control. They also have some control with their thoughts and behaviors. All right, enough of me talking. Megan's gonna get us working together again.
If any of you know anything about my professional life, I love to role play. I feel like it's an amazing way to learn. So we're gonna do a little role play today. So you're gonna get back together with your partner, small group, and you're going to, one of you is gonna be a counselor, one of you is gonna be a teen at camp. And we're gonna give you the opportunity to work through a potential statement from a camper. So here's your camper statement. So if you're gonna be the camper, you might wanna remember some of this. My only friend just moved and everyone at school hates me. My grandma, who I live with, won't talk to me because she says I'm ruining her life, and she wants me to come, and she never wanted me to come live with her. I swear, no one would miss me if I was gone. I'm gonna repeat that one more time. As the camper, you would be thinking or saying, my only friend just moved and everyone at school hates me. My grandma, who I live with, won't talk to me because she says I'm ruining her life and she never wanted me to come live with her. I swear, no one would miss me if I was gone. We got about another minute to talk about this, and then we are going to ask some of you to share. Okay, if you are online listening to this, there is a Zoom room that Adam sent out that you could join if you're online. You could join the Zoom room and kind of have some debrief conversation around this. If you're here with us today, great, let's talk. All right, so we're gonna, hey, you flipped my papers over while I was gone. Okay, so I'm gonna reread the camper statement. And then Tucker's gonna go around with the mic and he's gonna ask some of you guys to share what your counselor response was. Remember, there's no right or wrong answer. We just might guide you a little bit, and it's constructive feedback. We're not here to point fingers, we're just here to learn together. So camper, my only friend just moved and everyone at school hates me. My grandma who I live with won't talk to me because she says I'm ruining her life and she never wanted me to come live with her. I swear, no one would miss me if I was gone. Who wants to share what their thoughts were? Rose?
This isn't me, but it's been becoming me, is acknowledge their pain. Like, I'm sorry you feel this way.
I like it. Yeah, acknowledgement is always a great idea. Yeah, tell them we're that. Great job. Next. Who else?
Just a quick statement. Let them do the talking and you do the listening. They're not here to hear what you have to say. They're here to be heard.
Absolutely. They're confiding in you because they now have trusted you as an individual. Don't start talking over them. Don't start giving them advice right away. Listen. Just be still and silent and listen. You can ask a question if they start to get silent that might provide more information. You don't have to ask a deep, in-depth conversation, but they're willing to talk to you. That's great. Excellent. Who else?
I said, with that last comment about if I was gone, maybe just probe a little bit and see, are they thinking like running away, or is it suicidal? And just kind of get them to talk a little bit more about that part.
Absolutely. We can't assume that we know what they mean by this statement. It's a blanket statement. It doesn't say, this is my plans and this is what I've got in store for the next year. So it doesn't hurt to ask identifying questions to understand the situation. Great. What else? Go for it.
So this was from Anita. She said, I think I would just want to listen and let them talk like was just mentioned. And then from what I've always been told is the first thing you ask if you have an inkling is you just say, are you thinking of hurting yourself? Like, get that out of the way. Like, point blank, not beating around the bush, okay? Like, are you thinking of hurting yourself? Come right out with it, and then if they say no, then you can go down the conversation. If they say yes, then like you can, again, it gives you a little more direction to dive into it. And obviously reading body language in their answer, but when they get asked point blank, it kind of puts them on the spot to answer so you know what the situation is.
Absolutely. And great, Anita. Listen, obviously we talked about that one. That is very important. But these are the questions that you ask in step one. And we talked about these earlier. Are these thoughts or feelings that you're talking about new, or are they from the past? Are you thinking about suicide right now, or are you referring something from the past? Ask them. Don't be afraid of it, guys. That's why we're talking about it today. These kids talk about mental health all the time. For some generations, that's abnormal. That's not something we're used to. But we need to get okay with it in our hearts because our kids are. And we need to be ready to talk about it with them and ask those tough questions. Anybody else feel passionate about sharing their response? Rose.
I think you would also say that I am here and I am listening because I care. Like, to acknowledge the fact that you are there caring too. Like, when they say no one cares about me, like, I'm here, I'm with you because I care.
Absolutely, yeah. And actions speak louder than words. You can tell them you care, but what are you doing throughout the week, weekend, to show them you care? So, definitely keep that in mind. That was great. All right. Well, whoever took the role of counselor, camper last time, maybe you just had an open conversation about it. We're going to do it one more time, but you're going to definitely switch. So if you took defined roles, you're going to switch it off this time. All right, camper. This is what's going on and what you got going on. 6 months ago, a girl at my cousin's school tried committing suicide by taking a bunch of pills. She ended up going to the emergency room. I would just use my grandma's handgun if it was in that is in his nightstand. Okay, I'm gonna repeat that. So camper says to you, 6 months ago, a girl at my cousin's school tried to commit suicide by taking a bunch of pills. She ended up going to the emergency room. I would just use my grandpa's handgun that's in his nightstand. All right, time to talk it out. We'll give you about another minute, maybe 2 if you're lucky. All right, let's come back together and talk about this one out loud a little bit. Who wants to share first?
So the first thing I would do is ask, just like point blank, are you thinking about going into your grandfather's room and getting his gun to commit suicide? And then based off that answer, obviously the direction would change, but that would be the first question I would ask.
Absolutely. Yeah, we can't assume. To them, this could have been a blanket statement. They're saying, well, why didn't she do that? I don't understand. It would have been easier. She wasn't saying it as, or he wasn't saying it as, I am thinking about doing this. This is my intention. It was a blanket statement. So you need to get some further clarification first. That's great. What else? Maybe you guys went down the path that there was intention there. What would you be saying?
I have a question.
Yeah.
There was a time when girls ministries that I'm involved in, we did trainings and we were told that when you're talking to a child, whether it be a teenager or even our little guys at Royal Family, that you should somehow indicate to them that if they're telling you something, that you may not be able to keep that as something that you don't share with somebody as in an authoritative position. Is that still the way we view things today, or is that changed?
I mean, in the clinical setting, that's called informed consent. But I mean, I think it's only fair, and I don't know if this is the right answer. You just tag team with me, but I would think that we need to tell them that at some point in the conversation that part of my job is to help keep you safe and keep kids safe, and that's probably where you get to the referral part. I don't know, I might be jumping ahead, but I'm a trainer for what's called QPR. It's a nationwide suicide prevention program, and the acronym is question, persuade, and it means persuade them to get help, and refer. So it's very similar, sounds like, to what Royal Family has.
Absolutely, yeah, and we're not trained. So where Chris is trained, we can't give you that advice in that sense because no one at the track level locally is trained for that advice. But that's exactly right. That's how we foresee it as well. At some point in time in the conversation, you do need to say, to keep you safe, we may need to talk to somebody else about this information. And in our STEP process, that's when you say, we're gonna go talk to somebody else now, and you would get the behavioral specialist and the camp director involved. At our level, we believe that you need both involved because at some point, you as an individual may need to go off with the camp director and call while someone is still talking to the camper, and that's gonna be the behavioral specialist. We don't wanna just go off and be like, okay, we need to go mandate this, report this now, and leave the camper alone after they've just shared all this information with you. So that's why you want to get both involved at that time. Since you heard the information, you are the reporter. You are mandated to report it. We're not passing it off to Adam or Erica to go make the call. You are mandated to report it.
We had some online thoughts. The first was, what you said before, have you thought about this in the past, or are you thinking of doing this right now, like as a clarification question?
Yeah,
and then
great.
They said after the conversation with the camper, be sure to report it to the camp director.
Nailed it, yep.
Yeah, unless it was one that needs to be like a mandated reporting situation. If you go to the camp director, you're not gonna give them the information first, but we'll talk about that later. Like, there is a level of going to them, but you're not supposed to tell us the story. If you think you're supposed to report it, you're supposed to report it. You're not supposed to tell us first and then have us dissuade you or persuade you. Yeah, so we'll talk about, but that's coming up later in a further section as far as the mandated reporting part of that.
Yeah, I'm not going to be here in the afternoon, but if we could talk maybe, because I'm not clear on that either. Because suicide is technically not child abuse.
Yes.
So we need to talk about that maybe.
Yeah, so we can talk about that more, but TRAC's stance is that we are mandated to report anything that includes neglect, financial abuse, physical abuse, sexual abuse, self-harm, including suicide. But that's a national thing. Every state level might be different. So
Worry about that is knowing how our county works.
Yeah.
Sorry, but I would
Let's talk about it. No, that'd be a good conversation to have for sure.
Doesn't have a mandate to come out on that I know of here in our county. So I would be wanting to take them to crisis or like look at the mental health side of things, because honestly, children and youth might take 10 days to get there.
Yeah. All right. Mm-hmm.
For like probably for the protection of everybody. That's what I'm guessing. Again, I'd be interested to hear what you kind of felt was our pathways might be in different situations.
Yeah. I want like one or two more people to share what they would say to the camper or what that camper interaction. We're talking about, we're kind of getting into the weeds of the logisticals of it. I'm not here to teach on the logisticals of it. I'm here to talk about the camper interaction. So we do need to get some clarification on that at our level. What you know today, there's definitely more things that need involved afterwards. So what would you say to the camper when the camper is saying this to you?
So, sorry, wow, that's loud. One of the things that we had discussed back here is like, Rob and I were like, ooh, we don't really know how to talk to kids like that. Like, so I was like, well, obviously we need to figure out what are your intentions. And then if they're just kind of flippant about it, like, well, why do you think, your friend or whoever, the other student, why do you think they did that? That way you can have that conversation. And whether, read their body language, listen to what they tell you, and you can have meaningful conversation, even if it's not, I want to do it. You can have a conversation to tell them, that you're worthy, you're loved, we care about you, blah, blah, blah. Do those kind of things. And then, you might also see that maybe you're projecting yourself as that other person, I don't know. Just a scenario we thought of. But say, hey, why do you think they did that?
Absolutely. Yeah. One more. What would you say to the camper? I don't think we've ever met before. What's your name?
I'm Linda.
Linda, nice to meet you.
I've been a nurse practitioner for many years. And
Awesome.
one of the things we were taught to do is to say, are you going to hurt yourself? It's a little softer approach, especially with children who may not understand suicide yet.
Yeah.
That can be defining.
Absolutely. And at the rural family level, your age is much younger, so are you planning to hurt yourself is very appropriate. And that's the key there, guys. You need to ask an identifying question, and you cannot be afraid to ask it. We want to be part of the change to make sure that mental health is not something that we're afraid to talk about. And we get it. We get that's not the way it is right now for everybody, and that's okay. But if you believe that you're going to be involved in track and this is something that you would struggle with, we ask that you give Adam and Erica a call, or Tucker and I, and we can talk through that. I'm not the expert on this. We might need to get an expert involved, but what I can tell you is we can help guide you through that conversation a little bit and have a further conversation on it, but we need you to be comfortable talking about it because our curriculum is based around it this year. All right, final reminder. If you have a conversation with a camper about self-harm or suicide, make sure you let your behavioral specialist and director know, no matter what. If in the moment you had the conversation and it's 5 hours later and you go, wait a second, maybe I should have reported that and it just slipped your mind, don't not go. It's never too late. Go talk to them. Let them determine if the additional steps are required. Your role is to have fun, create joyful memories with campers, spend your time and energy creating relationships, empowering campers, and pointing them to hope. So I have one more challenge for you before we get done. I want you to go home and talk to your children, your significant other, a friend, or spouse about suicide in effort to gain experience and so that you feel comfortable talking about it. Start talking about it in your home where you feel safe, but start talking about it now. So when we get to camp, it's not a foreign conversation to you. So we're going to stop there. Any final questions or thoughts for Tucker and I before we bless the meal? All right, I'll take that as a no. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for today. Thank you for this opportunity to gather here and just learn together, be present, bounce ideas off of each other, all for the betterment of the youth in our county and our surrounding counties that we get the opportunity to bless throughout the year, whether it's through our mentoring programs or through our local camps. We ask that you bless this food, nourish it to our bodies, and continue to allow us to be open-minded and allow us to have open conversations throughout the rest of the day, Lord. It's in your name we pray, amen.
All right, we're going to get ourselves back in here and get started. And then we should be able to end on time at like 2 o'clock, somewhere between 2 and 2:30. So as you are coming back in and you've filled out a little bit of that compliance survey, this is a snapshot of what we have to answer at the end of the year. This was just supposed to be, guys, a little bit of an experience activity, because it's not always easy to sit down with yes or no questions and have to answer for the whole group, for everybody that's at the camp. Like, you might know that you did your stuff, but like my mind, when I fill out this compliance survey, really starts racing to, did we do it all the time? Can I say yes? Like you get that, like I'm answering it and sending it to National, and I don't want to be lying to them. Like, I don't want to be, or even covering something up. And then you do get a chance to explain anything that is a no. So that's what that bottom is for you guys. If you feel you want to explain anything that might be a no, or where you think you put yes, but you're kind of hinging, that you can put that there. We are going to have a discussion about that later. So you can continue working on those while we do this next little paperwork piece. I think Mom has some stuff for RFK, and then we have something for track as well. So I'll turn it over to her again. Go ahead and complete that compliance survey. You're answering from the perspective of the entire camp. Do we do these things? Yes or no? Again, no middle ground, which is sometimes the hard part.
All right, my sister had to leave, and she asked me to take care of this little housekeeping thing that we need for paperwork. Everybody should have one of these envelopes, and on the envelope there's a sticker, and it has your name, and then it says application, clearances, prayer partner. And so you want to try to make sure that you have your papers in your envelope before you go. Now, you can check off application and you can check off prayer partner. That's that paper that I said was your ticket to leave. It has at the top, August 1st is when we're arriving. We'll be here at 9 o'clock. Bring everything that you need. Extra things to bring are like a fan, or if you're going to be staying in a dorm, you might want to bring a fan. You'll talk to the other counselors about that when you find out who you're going to be rooming with and that type of stuff. And then it has the camp address, so if you have family that might need to contact you, that information's on there, so you can keep that part. But then at the bottom, it asks for your prayer partner. We need the complete address because we send a letter to them. And then email updates. Just people change emails all the time, just to make sure we've got the right one. So if you want to put that on there, if it's different, if you're getting my emails, then we're probably good. I know that some people weren't getting them, but it wasn't because I didn't have their address. It was because I didn't have them in the folder. But hopefully we've remedied a lot of that. And then it asks about the welcome home dinner. The welcome home dinner is the Friday of camp, which is the 6th, and it starts at 5 o'clock. And typically the way we do things is we come back here to the church. We have some unloading and things that we need to do. There's often some refreshments or leftover things from the kitchen that we can nibble on and refresh with. And then we have a period of debriefing where we share and talk and kind of come down off of our week with the people who know our week better than anybody else, the people that we served it with, before we head home. Because if we go home with something still holding on to our heart, our relatives and our family, they don't get it. And you jump right back into life. And they don't get it. They haven't been here. So we try to take care of that. And then at 5 o'clock, we like to have a nice dinner together. And you can bring one guest. Now, we do make exceptions because a lot of times, like Katie and Tommy would be each other's guest, typically. Or they might bring Owen, so they would still have a guest to spare. And like my husband and I are each other's guest, typically. So there's extra room if people want to bring, like Krista often brings her girls that are still at home because they've missed you all week. So we can definitely make it exceptions. So you're going to put, yes, I plan on staying for that dinner. Now, I know a lot of times, Tanya, you head off on a vacation or have in the past headed off. So, you know, we just need to know that so that when Christy Vanoy, who has graciously offered to do our welcome home dinner again, every year she emails me now. That used to be such a big thing, like, who's doing our welcome home dinner? She emails me and says, can I do your welcome home dinner again this year? And when is it? And blah, blah, blah. So we've been having, and last year she was so disappointed. So we just need numbers for Christy as soon as possible. So she would like to go ahead and start buying chicken if it's on sale, or, you know, just getting things ahead of time, and it just helps if we can give her a number of how many people are going to be there. So yes, I'm coming, I'm bringing a guest. And what else is on there? Oh yeah, it's just kind of some questions for you as you go out the door. Okay, so you'll put that in here. Application in here, that in here. You cannot check clearances unless you've already talked to Karen today and she told you that you're up to date. If you aren't, Linda, you are, because you just had everything done last year. We're good, because it's like every 3 years for some things and every 5 years. 5? Okay, so Karen knows those. So what she's going to do then is she'll go through these folders, and then she'll look at her records, and she will email you if you need to get a child abuse check, or if you need to do a criminal check, or if you need to redo your FBI clearance. And she will send you codes so that it will pay for it if that's something that you need. So you just put that little code in when it's time to pay, and then we get the bill. So she'll take care of it. Once we all turn these in, she'll sit down and send an email out to those who need their clearances. So that's more of a paperwork for her. Any questions about that? So I'm going to just bring your envelopes around to you while you're working, all right? Because they already have your name on them. We reuse them every year.
Okay, our similar piece, for today, we just have a checklist. We do not have our application ready to roll yet. I'm waiting for any updates from National before I put that out. They usually send our updates around this time of year. They say, okay, all the new documents are online, ready to go, and we update our stuff. We try to do most of our stuff electronic as well, so that will all be sent via email when it's ready. We're also looking to I usually put it up on the website as well, the links to fill out the information. So if you're joining track, all that will be posted online, all right? But if you are coming, if you're planning on coming, there is a checklist. There is a first-year volunteer checklist, which just looks a little different than a returning volunteer because of the amount of hours and some of the steps that go into it. For example, first-year volunteer will have an interview, a returning volunteer we just call and communicate with. So pick one of those up. The sign-in sheet, if you missed it earlier, is out there. I'm going to put these beside it. Please pick one up. Again, it's just a little self-reflection on all the stuff that needs done before you can come to camp. The application, the interview, the training. This training would be, you know, it's either or. I list winter retreat and May training. You would just check that you completed training because you were here today. The clearances, I leave a blank on there. I decided to finally do this last night. I was like, because I kept throwing them away every year. So I put July blank, 2000 blank. Like, now I can reuse them. So the answers will be July 10th, 2016. So they would all have to be that date or newer to count this year. On here, we have PAA, child abuse, and FBI, or the affidavit. And I can let you know what you need to do if you have questions on that. We do the criminal every year on everybody, but you do not have to do that. I just type your information in and get that done all in one shot. So, again, July 10th, 2016 is the date for our stuff. Our camps are done by that time, so we have to go back 5 years. So 5 years back from the end of our camp this year would be July 10th, 2016. All right. So if you're involved in track, take one of these. Just make sure you grab the right one if you're a first year or a returner. And we'll move on to the compliance documents. If you want to take out the compliance experience sheet you got, it was 12 questions. They were a selection of questions from the actual compliance document that we have to fill out at the end of our camp season. And there's been times where we've sat down to fill this out, and we're like, oh, I can't say yes to that this year. I got to say no, and I got to explain myself. And it's hard to do. I mean, it's hard to say, yeah, I was out of compliance. And it's not like we get shut down, but we have to explain, have a conversation. I've never been, grilled about anything that we've ever said. Usually as soon as I send it, I follow up with an email and say, here, I'm just going to go ahead and explain why I answered what I did. So we were kind of talking about this when we were planning the training, and we're like, let's give them the experience of having that sometimes that gut-wrenching feeling of, can I put yes or no on this one? To understand just that idea that we have to be responsible for what we do at camp at all times. And if, we can all kind of individually say we're compliant, as a group we can say, but it's not always the easiest exercise, but it's really important that we keep that check. So we're going to go through these, and then within some of the points, there are things that we have to cover. So, for example, when we're talking about the mandated reporting, well, we can cover what that looks like. So we're going to kind of go through these and guide the rest of our discussion for the remainder of our time. I do. In one of my pockets here. All right, so the first one. The camp operated with a professionally trained psychologist, counselor, social worker. At track, we call it a B-spec, who is experienced in working with youth and is aware of reporting protocols required by states, social services, and child protective services. I mean, just an example earlier, there's so much in depth to that I do not know, and I don't have the brain capacity to worry about that one, especially when I'm at camp and worrying about the schedule and other things. That's why we have to have that person there. So just really quick show of hands. All those that say we have been in compliance. We're in compliance. Anybody say we were not in compliance? All right, I would agree. I think we've always had that position filled. I don't think that's been an issue for us. But we will talk a little bit about the mandated reporting here. So now I had a little side conversation with Krista out there. We're going to try to put together a little algorithm of this is the situation, this is the information that you were given. Here's how you should kind of handle it. Kind of a little if this, then this. Because we're to a point where it's so muddled sometimes, and you have to balance. So kind of what was coming up in that conversation we had, there was a little bit of confusion between suicide reporting or self-harm reporting and child abuse reporting. They can be completely separate, but they may also be tied together. So let's say, for instance, a kid shares with you a story, or you ask a kid, are you thinking about harming yourself? Yes. And as you dive into that conversation, or maybe they are a cutter and they say, yeah, I cut my, they get into that, they start talking about why. And they bring up some abuse in their past. Well, now you got two situations. You've got the self-harm side of things, and you have the child abuse reporting kind of thing. So, the conversation I had with her, and again, we're going to work this out in more detail, but basically, get the B-spec, get the directors involved. When you get someone involved, that does not mean you are off the hook, okay? Especially with the mandated reporting. If you're the one that heard it, you have to report it. You cannot tell me and then have me report it. And that's where I guess some of the gray area comes in. You can come talk to me, but I cannot tell you yes or no, report it. You cannot ask me the question, should I report it? If you ask me that question, the answer is yes. Like, but I am not allowed to tell you yes or no. Okay? Circa Penn State issues, 10 years ago. That's basically when that happened. Because they were going to people and people were giving them advice whether to report or not, and they were not given the right advice, so they took that out. When I started teaching, I was supposed to talk to my principal or before I reported anything. That is gone. They're supposed to find out after I report. I'm supposed to report and then tell them, hey, I reported this. I'm not even supposed to go let them know that I did that first, or that I'm going to do this. Like, we're supposed to, and the idea is to not have anyone dissuade you from doing what you think is right or being led to do. That being said, Krista kind of pointed me, she's like, sometimes people just need that person to bounce it off of. So if you feel comfortable coming to someone and saying what you need to do or need help, that you are welcome to come to us in that situation when you need to report. And we will help you through the process, but we will not stop you from doing so. And we are not, if you come to us with that kind of, you're on the fence, the answer is yes, you need to. Because if you're having that battle, let the other people figure that out. You can report something, and it might not go anywhere if they determine it's already been taken care of. But that's their job, not our job. If you're on the fence, fall on the fence and report. Fall over the fence to reporting it, okay? All right? Trying to clear that up a little bit. If it comes to the self-harm side of things, that's where getting the B-Spec and the director, we can go down the correct course of action depending on the severity of it, how, like, is it high risk right now? Meaning, like, are we concerned if we leave this camper alone, something's gonna happen, or they'll try something, or is this, like, past that we just need to talk through? And Chris is like, if it's severe, we're going to crisis, like, right now. Like, we're not even gonna hesitate, we're gonna take that course of action. So again, come to us. If it's self-harm, you won't have to, if it's just self-harm, there's not gonna be any reporting. What they're saying is they want it to at least get to the B-Spec and director level of knowledge that this conversation is going on within the camp. Like, but they don't want that conversation just to stay between you, all right? And again, that's where you might have to say, I have to at least discuss this with our B-Spec and our directors. I don't have to tell everybody, but I do need to tell them, just again, to keep us safe. If it involves child abuse, then we'll go both routes. We'll do both things. If it's just child abuse, then you can report it on your own, but there is a requirement that if you report something, then you tell us. If you didn't tell us in the process of reporting, you come to us. We have to know any report that was made. So we are aware and we can file the documentation. Yes, Erica?
So don't just walk away from your camper though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna add that in there. Don't just walk away, say, hey, I need to make a report, can you find someone to cover me for, a few minutes while I do that. So please let us know that. You don't have to go in depth, just, hey, I need someone to be with my camper, I need to make a report. Easy as that.
And the report doesn't have to happen like that second either. Like we kind of talked about through the suicide, you can keep that, if you don't think there's an immediate threat, you can keep that conversation going. You don't have to be like, we gotta start talking to someone else about this. Or if it is about child abuse, you can bring it in and you could hit it during lunch later, or the next meal, or, like it doesn't have to be reported right away. We're trying to have a safe environment. Now, if they're getting ready to go home, we might want to jump on that bandwagon a little bit quicker. But, if we're in the middle of camp, we don't have to, again, do it somewhat soon so it's fresh in your mind and you don't forget. But it doesn't have to be, like Erica's saying, the abrupt leaving your camper, or even just right away, hey, I need to go report. That might actually, it could kind of scare your camper away from talking to you. Like, just keep the conversation going, let it resolve, and then you can go about making sure you get that done in a timely manner after that. Does that cover it pretty well? Yeah, we can do it online. There's a form you can fill out there, and yeah, so we will definitely, I think we've had 2 at track that I remember. We haven't had many, but we've had 2, and as I'm learning about the process more, I've done it online, but I've never done it where we called it in and then had to fill out a form, but we had a form sent to us that we had to just fill out since we called in. So we're learning the processes and can kind of go through it, and they help you through as well. Yes? Yeah. Yeah, if you do the online, they collect everything. If you call in, then they send you a paper to fill out and fax to them that confirms the details of, yeah. So either one. And again, we can walk you through that process. We just cannot give you advice on whether to report. Like, that just has to be made clear. Like, you have to be the one that reported it. The person that hears it has to report it. It can't go like phone chain. All right. Camp operated with an appropriately certified healthcare professional, nurse or doctor, who provided for healthcare needs of all campers and staff counselors at camp. They also maintain records, and medication records are secure and locked. All those in favor of compliance? Those who say nay. All right, I got some, yeah. Good question. Are they? Yeah, they're in a suitcase. They're in a room, and then they're in a suitcase that has a luggage lock on it. At least at Teen Reach. And I'm pretty sure, because that's, yeah, I think they kind of pulled that system, and we bought that. But yes, they are locked. Now, could they sometimes be found unlocked? I don't know. But as far as I'm aware, we have the systems in place. They're locked in a room. They're in the luggage. There's a luggage lock. We've taken care of that. Did someone else have their hand up for that one? I thought someone else put no for that one. There's nothing really for me to add on that one. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's later. We're going to get to that one. That's a good one. Staff, counselors, or other personnel did not proselytize, conduct, or administer traditional religious sacraments and rite of church, such as altar calls, confession, anointing with oil, water baptism, while youth were at camp. All right. Again, we assume our staff are aware when we answer that question, and that's why we have to bring it up every year that we don't take those steps. And usually those things happen more in the group setting, but make sure that's not happening in a individual setting as well. Because again, we have to say, we did not do that. Yeah, did not. Yes, we did not. For taking that. No, this is why we want to have these conversations, and like if we feel we're close, like these are areas then we can then reflect on and say, okay, what can we do to fix? Right, my dad said, John. Does he have it?
I just feel sometimes we're on the edge. I know sometimes in a group setting where people are maybe more free to talk, sometimes it gets very close to not following the rules, I guess. Challenge course is the one I'm thinking of sometimes, and sometimes we have to redirect it because it's getting to the point that we're not following these rules.
And I'm not privy to challenge courts, so I am allowed to go out, but I choose not to. Again, I cannot see everything, or we cannot see everything, and I could see where that would happen in conversations, sharing your beliefs. And again, there's also that line between openly sharing your beliefs and then trying to push them on the person, which is the difference in that statement.
Right, if they ask, the door's open.
Yeah. Or if you're just sharing your
experience.
Yeah.
Right.
Or
if you can share, but you have to watch how far your sharing goes.
Yes.
To the point of maybe
you're trying to sway.
Pushing it on to somebody.
Yeah, we just want to present and then let God do the pushing. Camp directors, any other comments on that one? I don't think our camps have done it, but other camps have done, I think, things like communion in the past and like little things, or, the altar call thing is probably really easy for someone maybe to try, or saying, hey, who wants to get saved? I don't think we've ever done that. I've never heard that at any of our crosstalks or at any Bible clubs or any part of our camp, but I'm sure it has been, and it's been reported that it has been. Camp directors have a plan in place to report emergency medical incidents based upon local and state protocols. Yes? Okay. No? We were kind of expecting that question. I don't know that I have a per se plan. Like, I know what I would do, but I don't have it like written down. Yeah.
Saying this out loud, I can't believe it. The first year I had access to all the medical records, and being the tidy person that I like to think I am, I shredded them. So all the medication charts, all of that. So when I told Kathy, she was like, oh no, we have to keep them. So I put them in a big garbage bag, marked, please keep, and I figured if worse comes to worse, I'd spend the next 6 months putting them together for us. But so there are things that have to be kept in that respect. Right.
Yeah.
But for legal purposes, let's say the broken arm turns into needing surgery, then the camp, probably Cove Valley Insurance, or does that fall under Royal Family? I'm not sure which, but that would be an insurance instance. We have to show Cove Valley our insurance riders. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So yes, there's a lot of legalities in that. Like, we had a birthday party for my oldest daughter here. My youngest daughter fell upstairs and broke her arm. The church paid for the broken arm. No, that was Amy McCullough. She pushed her off the chair. No, as a matter of fact, my husband was the treasurer and was mortified. So at that point we said, no, we'll take care of it. So we just reimbursed the church.
But we, so coming back to that, like, we do have some things, and the nurse keeps her logs, and we have everything, and then we have that locked up and protected. We have doctor's orders. We have, but let's say something would happen to the nurse. I don't know that, like, we have a written, and reading this one last night, we took, yes, Erica? All right. Reading this one, we kind of came up like, we might just need something down on paper. It just says, in a severe emergency, we're gonna go, kind of another algorithm thing. Like, this kind of emergency, we're gonna do this, and this comes, we're gonna do this and this. And again, that would probably take like a half hour to put that kind of document together. Just again, to say, yeah, we have that plan. Same thing with my coaching. This is kind of a little sidebar. We went through a training and they said we needed to have these. So I was like, all right. So I put together a little binder and I keep it in my book bag, and it's like my safety binder, because we had to have the procedures for finding the AED, for doing stuff like that. Like, where's the AED located? Where's all that? Like, so again, it's stuff that we can keep ourselves in check, and as we do it as directors, we kind of like, okay, that's something we could, like, I'd say yes to that question, but I could say I could improve still. Like, I can make this better. I can make this process better, so that if something would happen and the radio's dead and you can't get, I don't know, like, here's what we do. Here's what we do. This is, and maybe share that with people so that everybody knows what we do in that process. Yes.
Incidents like food poisoning, disease that comes up, you could have a protocol for that, so that if it affects the whole camp, then you have a plan for it.
Yeah, there's something we probably haven't dealt with yet, but if we did, yeah, what's our process? Erica needs the mic.
The other thing that's part of our emergency preparedness is that, at track anyway, we get your health insurance information and everybody's like, why do you need this?
because if you do hurt yourself and we have to transport you to the hospital, we need to know because somebody's got to pay. I mean, it'll fall on our liability, but we need to prove that you have health insurance when we take you to the hospital. So that's part of our preparedness as well. And again, like Adam said, we do answer yes to this question, but as we were preparing for training, we were like, oh, we could do better in this area. So if anybody has, what is that degree that Lauren has? Like health something protocol. Anyway, if you have knowledge in this area and would like to help us set up protocols, we would love your feedback.
I was at a Christian summer camp, and everybody did get sick. I mean, it was bad. I don't know that it was food poisoning, but we were teenagers, and people were dropping like flies. It was terrible. I never saw anything like it. So, yeah, I didn't even think about that, Linda, but there probably should be. But people, like laundry had to be done, and it was a big deal. And that same week, the whole camp got flooded. I woke up and our luggage was just floating all around. And then think about that, people, the counselors and everybody had to take all that laundry and get it washed. I mean, it was, and we don't have protocols for that, but oh my goodness. Yeah, doesn't that sound crazy?
So the comment was made about heat exhaustion and not how we handle that. So, yeah, and see, I used to be, let's not get that. We usually have people on staff that are, other than the nurse, that have the first aid training. So a lot of times that's our go-to person, but, having plans that we can enact isn't a bad thing. They camp adhere to all core principles and safety policies, including training requirements. This is the great one because it's like, the camp adhere to all blanket statement, core principles and safety policies under one question. And it's not like we just have two, like all. Like, that's this. 13 pages is our core principles and safety policies. So you're like, okay, if we mess up on one of them, then we're answering no to that question and explaining ourselves. So again, it's just the experience. But this is the time that we are going to read through these. I'm not going to cover the ones that were already covered, but if there are ones that we haven't, this is our time to do so. A Bible for every camper. So that's not a rule, that's just a principle. Every camper gets a Bible. And I don't think we've fallen short on that one at all. That's just a track one, single-sex camps, which is different at the teenage level. Camper names, every camper needs to know their name. That's, for those of you involved in track, it talks about challenge course has to be a part. It's not optional. So you have to have the challenge course. You can't skip that. Crosstalk and teachable moments, you must have crosstalk. And the purpose of crosstalk is to show Christ's love. So again, we're not hiding that when we're at camp. Prayer at meals should happen. There should be quiet moments, chances to talk. Activity centers, there should be times we're focusing on, developing relationships, building things, projects, which is about the process, not the product. Recreational venues. Again, so these are just the things that we must have. Okay, and I'd say if we look at our camps, we're good on all those areas. A positive, affirming, non-judgmental, and safe environment. So this is where you get. There's a lot that would go into that. They have specifics here for track of the I Spies and the achievement beads. Those are two tools specifically for track that aren't in RFK, but we have those things, and you guys have done the pins, and you've done, heart notes, and you guys have plenty of that promotes positive into their lives and not negative. Priority to RFK graduates, again, that's a track one. If we have to,
send them letters. And just to answer that one, when we send the stuff out, we have a deadline for RFK graduates. At that point, it opens up to everyone. So we send a letter out that says, camp applications have opened up. Even people who haven't attended could go ahead and send them, but we don't process them until after that date. That was the first priority for RFK slots. Lessening liability, yeah, it's just a bunch of stuff. Not that we need to skip that, but that's just mumbo jumbo there. You can read that in your manual if you want to. Read the track social media statements. We did that one today. That's one of them. Policy and safety guidelines. For track, you must be 20. For RFK, it's... Okay, then the 2 deep rules in there. Oh, you must have 8 hours of training for new people for track, 4 for returning. Yours is?
12 for new, 8 for returning, but this year it's 5 and 7.
Okay, so it's 12 for new, 8 for returning, and then this year it's 5 and 8. 2 deep rule, which we both do. Not being inside sleeping bags together, is that up there? No. Okay. Or on beds together, no beds together. We talked about phones and cameras, we covered that one. Appropriate touch, did we hit on that one? Mainly the no piggybacking. Be on time for all activities. Policy, that's in our policies? It's in our policies? Huh. So if you're late, you have to say no to that question? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just people call me like I can't remember my nicknames, but something about like the schedule got like I have a reputation, but that's because I have to answer to that question right there. That's my excuse. All right. Camp counselors and staff will not bring children to camp while campers present. See, that's like that's a separate question too. Like there's some that they're in the blanket and then they ask you specifically, which means they care about them a lot when they put them in there twice, basically. Attend all activities, so we can't like give skipping certain things as an option. We talked about medications, lead by example, camp boundaries. We just keep going on and on. Snacks and junk food and cell phones are only in the designated areas. Do not leave campers alone and walk away from them or leaving them in an activity with other people. Always wearing name tags. Again, you get the idea. There's a lot of stuff that we're answering to in one question, but these are all things that we have to be aware of and talk about. Again, and we covered a lot of that earlier. Spiritual boundaries, we talked about that one already. That's in that section. The medical standards, we covered. Confidentiality, we covered. So, camp counselor ratio is on here as well. So again, that's in there twice. So after reading that, would you still be able to say, yes, I think we do an excellent job at that? I think so. I still do believe we do an excellent job of following those core principles. I don't think that's an area that we struggle in, especially with we do what's right by the kids. We give them the Bible. We give them the stuff that we're not proselytizing, doing all that. I think we do an excellent job in that area. Campers receive a camper t-shirt, Bible, and a bag. I kind of summarized that one. We give them that pack of things that we're to give them every year. I'd say, anybody opposed to that one that we don't cover? This is it. Camp maintained a minimum ratio of 1 counselor to 2 campers of the same biological sex. Any opposed? Yep. But we had called. So the response was at one time we had 3. We did. But we called national and explained the situation, asked for permission based off of our staffing situations to do that, and they gave us the okay. So again, we were in compliance at that point because we called ahead and explained. And again, they're not trying to ruin camp. And he said that we're not going to send a kid home. And what we did is we had challenge course facilitators in that group too. So really, all day long, there wasn't 2 extra adults with those 6 kids total or 7 kids total. So our overall ratio was well within it. It's just they weren't specifically their counselor. And we kind of set up opportunities at talking where they could have an individual conversation if needed. All volunteers completed all of their application, interview, background checks, references, and training hours. How many of you think, yes, we have done that? How many think no? I had to answer no to that question 1 year. Yeah. I mean, there was 1 year someone slipped through, to be honest. I mean, and I already explained it to National. It's not going to be a surprise if they're watching this. We thought they had attended training, winter retreat training. Their name was like on a paper, or I thought it was on a paper, and so I marked them in my tracking stuff as done. So they never popped up or red flagged that they hadn't done it, and they came to camp. They did their application, they did everything, but they never came to training. So now they had been involved for years. So it wasn't like a brand new person that we didn't know, but it happened. And that year I had to reply no and say no.
I was going to say, when you're in a cabin and situations come up, you can tell the people that took training seriously or did it really thoroughly or did it in the group, or if they just kind of skimmed over it. I mean, it makes a big difference. I think the training, yeah, and it makes a big difference to the team morale in the cabins when you're with somebody that didn't sit at home and do online training for 8 hours and didn't have any interaction with any of us or talk to anybody, or, then they get in the cabin and they don't feel like a part of the team. Yeah, we've had a couple, it was just been I had one girl sitting down showing her boyfriend's pictures to a camper, on her phone during 30 time. So it was just really clear. Yeah, you knew about that. But yeah, I'm just saying, I think sometimes that we have to continue the group. I think the group training is really powerful because you get interaction over lunch, you get conversations, you build morale.
Agreed. And there's also a sense of, it's a commitment, but that's what we want. We want committed people. And we've had that conversation before. We don't want people that want to skim by and just get to come to camp. We want people that are willing to do it all for the kids. So it's kind of like a mindset in a way. So again, hold us accountable too. There's a lot to track. If you feel like you didn't hit something, you can let us know. We're not gonna okay, let's make this a team effort to be compliant. Can't maintain, we did that one. All volunteers receive a staff shirt. Yes, I think everyone's always getting. How many of you have more than enough RFK and track shirts? Yeah. We bought a bunch last year because we said, we're not going to have people do lawn. We were going to have everyone wear them all weekend. So we had everyone get 2. So we ordered a bunch and then didn't have camp. So we got lots of shirts. We're ready to go. Children of staff were not at camp while campers were present. Yeah, we know. And that's children of staff were not at camp while campers were present. We have to answer that every year. And there's been 2-3 years where I've had to click no. Yeah. So the question was asked of the national stance on that. So obviously Eric and I were in that situation twice with newborn infant or newer infants that were still nursing and we're the directors. So they basically said, you got to have camp, you have to be there. You know, the first year, though, I think did Maddie go and come back during the day? But then the second year, we didn't have that option. She was there, or with Emmy, she was there the whole time. And we basically explained the situation, and they were okay. I mean, they said it was, they basically said you need to do that, you and Erica have to be there, you're the co-directors, it's the only way camp happens. They obviously would have preferred if we could find another way around it. But I think that exception and that line was newborn infant, infant age, and they kind of wanted to draw the line at the director. You're the only people trained to be, you have to be there. It's we can't have camp without you there. Not that you aren't all important. It's not saying that. But, they're you could find another person to be a counselor. Not diminishing the roles, but that's basically we can't on a whim send 2 people out to national training in May when there's no national training in May to get you back in time for, it's just not a feasible option.
And
so that's what they've said, basically.
Here's a plug real quick. If you're looking to be more involved in track, we would love to send you to National Directors Training. And then second, their biggest concern is for safety and well-being of everybody involved at camp. So they did allow us the opportunity to have our girls there, understanding the circumstances, but they do not want anything to happen to your child as staff, or to have our attention as staff be drawn away from kids and then that affect their experience or their safety. So that's their stance on it. And like Adam said, we in Track Greencastle are unique in that Adam and I are the co-directors, and Papa John is also a director, but he's also part of everything else. So to have that thrown on him, and me stay home it's just not feasible. For Adam and I to not be at camp. So they did allow us that. They would have preferred if we found a different way, had someone to keep them. However, most of our family's involved. And you can't just board a child, imagine that, like you can a puppy. So
we also would have done a lot of things different. That we feel like the last year when Emma was young, we did not like how we looked back on that, and we did not do what we should have done.
No.
And we reported that. We said it.
Yeah. We had a long conversation with Will about Emma being at camp, because we definitely did it a lot different than we did with Madeline, and we didn't do well, I'll say. So this is another area that we definitely needed to improve upon, and we had a long conversation with National about that.
Yes, Rose.
I think the ticket is, read that again about the children. Mine's worded a little bit differently, but
Children of staff were not at camp while campers were present.
while campers were present. So, meaning while we were moving in, it would have been okay, or while we're when there are no children there, then it's okay.
Or in the evenings, when you have your break, Rose, and you're up, and your kids just kind of come up to the kickback lounge to see you, or as long as they're not interacting with the kids, is basically what we were told by National.
Right.
There's to be no interaction between our children and the children that come to camp, which we did not do with Emma. Emma was out and about, people were loving on her, which, we see that as healthy, but at the same time, it is a standard that's set in place, and we had to say no to that.
Yeah, and I know that we have had some grandchildren on campus, going around in strollers and things like that. But we all stop and we pay attention to the babies and we spend time with the babies instead of keeping our eyes on what we're really supposed to be doing. And yes, it does send a nice message where they saw that these two people, used to be dating and now they're married and now they have a family, and that's all good. But there's also the safety aspect for the child, and the fact that we are only with these campers for like 4.5 days. But we're not saying, as far as Royal Family goes, I know we've got a lot of babies coming, and we've had nurses who've brought babies, and we really needed. And that year, Barb came and Hannah, and they took care of the baby. Maybe the baby made it down around the kids sometimes, but I think that's the piece where we need to tighten up. Like the babies, if they're there, we need to have a really good plan for them. One of the things that my sister envisions is maybe renting Skyline and making that a nursing mother's place, or, whatever, if that's what we're still doing, or where caregivers could be up there. So the babies are there if they need to be, but they're not getting down around the campers. So we realize, and I think that Royal Family would say the same thing, we want these campers to get to go to camp, and you people are dedicated. You're thinking about having a baby. You're planning on having a baby and a couple months later being at camp. And so you're going to need to do what you need to do to have that baby taken care of. And if you're nursing, you're going to want to do that. And I feel like for all the years of commitment that have gone into this, we need to do that. And I'm willing to work with it. But I think one of the things we want to remember is not to have the babies down right around the campers, like when the big events are happening and things are going on, like strolling around through the birthday party or whatever. I think that we need to keep them safe and keep the attention on the campers. And so that's something, our camp has changed a lot through the years. Those of you having babies came on board when they were teeny tiny. Some of you were 14 or 15 years old when you started helping. And now you're the ones having babies. So as our years go by and we learn things, then we need to tighten things up. So, Royal Family hasn't been as, but I mean, it is a rule. They do not want children, especially children like that age and children like in elementary school, because they could go to school with the children, or they could be, and that would be another reason why you wouldn't bring your own teenager to a teen reach, because they might be like, oh, you're at this camp? And so, I mean, we know about that. But when we take it to the teeny infant level, we're also talking about, just attentions being given more to the baby than to our campers, and the safety of the children. And we just need to be present as much as we can be. But this year is the year of the baby for Royal Family. And I think that we can be flexible and we can work with it. But I think the standard needs to be that they don't need to be down, out and about when the children are in that area.
One of my goals, and I've talked about this with Kathy, we need track tots, or an RFK tots. We need a daycare. So we need more staff people, because we always need more staff people, but we need them to take care of our kids, because it is a big commitment to leave them for a week or a weekend. We just need a place. That's one of my goals, is to have our track tots and our RFK babies and all of that, to have a place to be during the day that moms and dads can visit them when it's appropriate, so that we're not leaving them for such a long time, because I, having small children of my own, understand that, nerve-wracking. I didn't leave mine for a year, I don't think. So, yeah, I totally understand the anxieties and the everything about leaving little ones. But as Kathy said, I think we just need to manage it in a way that they're not exposed to the campers as much.
These questions were pulled because we thought they would create discussions that we think we need to have with our staff that's been here for a while. And this is all returning staff. And we just thought it would be a good way to get those conversations going. Because, again, it's important that we're all working together and kind of aware, but also, we understand the needs too. We can't just, we have to do what we have to do sometimes to have the camp. All right, we have to figure out a way. And we have some ideas. And again, so if anyone is willing and wants to do like it might even be like at our house, which is close to, somewhat close to the camp, like, and host the kids during the day and, like something like that. I don't know. Or just a weekend camp for kids if you want to take care of her for a weekend. There we go. See, yeah, that's would be a blessing beyond being at actual camp. So again, reach out to us. We're actually not joking about the track tots.
No. I just want to tell a funny story from a director's. We have this director's Facebook page, and this one director, I guess, must have rules about, tank tops at camp. We allow tank tops at camp, but I guess some don't. That's kind of a line they've drawn for modesty. So they said that they had this woman who was coming that was pregnant, and she wanted to be able to wear tank tops, and they didn't know what to tell her. And Glenn Garvin, the one I was talking about earlier, he goes, if you want to tell a pregnant volunteer who's coming to your camp for a week that she can't wear a tank top, well, Lord bless you. And that was from RFK. So they understand, too, that we're humans, and we're giving up our lives, and we're investing in the lives of these children. So there is some flexibility. We can write a note. We can explain. But it is that yes or no, that hard yes or no. When Adam and I are filling out this camp compliance, we have like 30 days after camp is over to get this sent in. And, we want to be able to answer yes to as many things as possible. And all the rules are for the safety of everybody. It's not like they're picking on us, it's for safety.
All right, so there's two more, but I think we covered a lot of those things. Again, we thought that would be a fun way to kind of engage people in the experience of compliance and just the conversations that we need to have. There are always areas to improve, and we don't hear that without feedback. So being honest on debriefing forums when we like knowing this stuff is on our compliance, and we're supposed to share our compliance out. So we also thought this would be a fun way to share compliance a little bit. We're supposed to share that with our results and stuff with our staff, and be as honest as possible, or be honest, not as possible, be honest, slip of the tongue, be as honest with you guys, with what we answer and what we have to answer to. So I think we're down to the final details, final Q&A. I did want to give just a few fundraiser updates from us. Our camp dates update I already gave earlier. I talked about the needs checklist. So from my side, fundraiser updates, we are still planning on doing the eggs. We're figuring out when to get into the kitchen to make those. Our response was pretty good that people feel they can still sell some. It might not be the number we normally make, which is okay with us. We don't mind the fundraiser, but the quantity sometimes is crazy. And help. If you're able to help, even just one session of our making, there's like 10 processes every egg has to go through. So if you're doing that, you take 4,000 eggs times 10 processes, that's 40,000 processes. Like, that's what it is. And so if you're there doing, one night and you do 500, that's a chunk. Like, that saves us from having to do those 500. Like, no joke about, like, that's not an exaggeration. There is 10 processes for every egg. We've counted them. The other fundraiser update, golf tournament fundraising has kicked off for our sponsors. I think we're up to almost $4,000 in sponsorships already. So it's flying off, it's taking flight, and we will be having that golf tournament on May 8th. I think it's always the week before our spring training. It's Mother's Day weekend, the Saturday before Mother's Day. It'll be at Penn National again. If you know any golfers, sponsors are great. We can take more sponsors. We're never going to turn down sponsors. But golfers, we can't have a tournament without people to golf in it. So if you know golfers or anything, feel free. Like, we're going to send this out probably in the next week or so to start doing maybe not next week, because I got to focus on eggs. I'd say in the next month, the golfer registration will come out. Push that at places, set it out wherever you can, share it on Facebook, and see if we can get some people involved in the golf tournament. It's a decent value for the price. It's $90 a person. It's golf, a pulled pork and barbecue chicken lunch, prizes. There's people that walk out of there with more money than they paid because the prizes they win. I mean, not everyone but there's like some people, you can kind of tap into that kind of gamble, that risk reward side of people. Like, you pay $90. If you win the tournament, you get $100 back right away. Plus, you probably won other prizes along the way as well. There's contests, like $50 a contest you can win. And even paying out all that money, we usually make $7,000, $8,000, $9,000, almost $10,000, depending on how many golfers we have a year. So, like, it's a big benefit for us, but we have to keep golfers coming to keep the sponsors coming. Like, every year I can send a letter to the sponsor and say, hey, we had 100 golfers and you were visible and we put you on Facebook. If we only have 20 golfers, it doesn't sound as good, and doesn't keep them coming back.
If you're a people person, if you're connected in your community and can get donations for prizes, that's always a help too.
Yes.
So, we give out a lot of gift cards and, sets of golf balls and things of that nature. So if you're connected and, have that desire to go ask for donations, because that is not a strong suit of mine. I hate to ask people for things. We could use some help in that area too.
May 8th. May 8th. And it's like an early morning tea time. We're done by 2. So you still can have the rest of the afternoon. No, it's at Penn National. Penn National. All right, that's it for us. Yeah, and camp dates will be coming soon. That's my priorities are camp dates and eggs. That'll be coming out to both RFK and track people.
All right, we have a fundraiser coming up. I try to help with the eggs too, but we have the Starfish Walk, which I think, Mr. Mike, we said April 24th. Yeah, I didn't actually have it in my planner, but I knew I had sent it out. April 24th. Get pledges and we walk. And rain or shine, we can always walk in the ministry center if we have to, but I don't know that we've ever. There was one year it did really rain. Yeah, so we want to be able to do that. That's always been a great fundraiser for us. I know with people not being in their workplaces, getting pledges was, really difficult last year. I guess we didn't even do it last year, but we're going to try to do it again this year. And then we have our next training, May 15th. So we really are going to need more staff because a lot of our Baltimore crew have grown up. They were, they started right out of high school, went all through college, and now they have real jobs with like 1 week vacation. And so a lot of them are finding it that they're not able to come to camp this year. So they were a lot of counselors. So in particular, mostly female counselors. So we need female counselors. We need people in the kitchen to help with dishes. That's where those 16 and 17-year-olds can come in. What, Katie? Oh. Well, we need the people in the kitchen helping out and, just the extra sets of eyes. Our teen helpers really work hard, and our teen helpers are growing up, so we need to, they're going to move into those counselor spaces. So if you know anybody and you can share that, we do have another training May 15th, but we then also have those lift things that we can be sending out and still do things virtually. Just remember then that for those of us that maybe don't go to church together or don't rub elbows and see each other very often, camp begins August 1st, and that's the Sunday before camp. So we meet here. We have a light like donuts and coffee and greeting, and we come over here and we have our church service where we are commissioned. We stick around and we eat together. This is where family can be a part and go along up and help us get set up. We leave to go up around 2 o'clock. We get things set up and move in, and our week begins, and then we get the campers on Monday. And that commitment goes through the August 6th, where we end with our welcome home dinner, where families invited again, and we like to show them a picture show and then send them on their way after dinner. We're usually done by 7 o'clock. That's when our commitment ends. Does anybody have any questions? So as far as paperwork, if I did not hand you a yellow envelope, Karen told me that means she already has yours, that you had already given her the paperwork, and she took it with her, or you, like Amy, you were here before she started the envelope system, so she doesn't have, so I'm just supposed to take your stuff in a paper clip, and she'll put it in an envelope for you. So if you didn't get an envelope, you should be good, but we need to make sure we put all those things, oh, Adam? Checklist if they're doing track. Okay, there's checklists on the table back there, and then also make sure you drop off all your paperwork. Ben? Oh, well, I didn't see one for you. Did you do your application today? Okay, you have it. So we'll put you in a paper clip too, because maybe she just didn't pull it out, or could possibly, I don't know if it would confuse her if we put Ben in your envelope. Well, she does it every year, like she puts a new sticker on each year. So I don't know. I don't think Ben's supposed to go in there too. I think it could be confusing. So, but just put Ben's paperwork right on top of your envelope and we'll get it figured out. So paperwork on the table as you head out. And do you feel ready? Ready for another year of camp? Woo-woo! Let's do it! So the next time we're all together, we hope we'll have like more people and we'll be all together and we'll be heading up to camp August 1st. Would someone like to volunteer to pray to close our special day together? Volunteer? Oh, Tanya said she will. Or Pastor, is there a microphone back there? Pastor's good. Said he'll do it too, so that's okay. They said that's your job.
Tomorrow's actually I only get paid for Sundays, but I just want to thank everyone for coming. Thank you so much for taking the day. I know there's lots going on, but just investing your time in this ministry, these ministries. So thank you so much. I just at least want to say thank you and just close in a word of prayer, okay? Jesus, thank you for these adults, these volunteers, Lord, just taking their time to invest in the kids of Royal Family Kids, of Track, Lord Jesus. I just pray that you'd bless these ministries as it's just such a beacon of hope and of light in this community, in this region, Lord Jesus, reaching out to just hurting kids, hurting teens. And we just pray, Lord, that you continue to go forward, reaching out with your love and your grace. Lord, I pray that for these volunteers, whether they're new or whether they're seasoned, Lord, that you would just expand their vision to see what you want to do through their lives. Each one of them has a call, has gifts that you've given to them, and I just pray that you would release them, empower them, use them for your honor and for your glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, everybody. It's been a pleasure to spend the day with you and to get to see you. So drive safely, and we'll see you soon.